Tonight, you don't need to keep track of names or years. We begin with a story meant to unfold slowly, like a long evening with no fixed end. Over generations, the Romanov Dynasty shaped Russia through continuity rather than sudden change, with power passing quietly from one reign to the next, leaving patterns that only become clear over time. If you enjoy these long, unhurried journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim your get something with some white noise going, and allow the night to settle in. You're stepping into the world of Imperial Russia not at a moment of crisis or spectacle, but across the long centuries when the Romanov family shaped daily life through tradition, routine, and quiet order. From 1617 until the early 20th century, this dynasty built an empire through patience, ritual, and the steady rhythm of ordinary days repeated across generations. Here, in the palaces and estates that stretched across vast territories, life moved according to patterns refined over time, creating comfort through predictability and strength through continuity. The palace day begins before dawn. Servants move through hallways, lighting lamps and stoking fires in tile stoves that stand taller than a person. The air smells of beeswax candles and wood smoke. Footsteps echo softly on polished floors. Someone carries fresh linens. Another opens heavy curtains to let in the pale morning light. The sounds are familiar, repeated every morning for decades, perhaps centuries. The imperial family rises according to schedule. Children wake in nurseries where attendants have already warmed the rooms. Adults dress with assistants, choosing from wardrobes organised by season and occasion. Clothing follows tradition more than fashion. Fabrics are heavy, and layers are many. Dressing takes time and happens without hurry. Each garment has its place in the sequence. Buttons are fastened carefully. Collars are adjusted just so. Breakfast appears at the same hour each day. Tables are set in smaller rooms, not grand halls. Porridge, dark bread and tea served in glasses with metal holders. The meal is quiet and predictable. People eat what the season provides. Winter brings preserved foods. Summer brings fresh vegetables from palace gardens. No one rushes. Chewing is thorough. Conversations are minimal in the early morning. After breakfast, the household members separate into their individual routines. The emperor meets with advisors in wood-panelled rooms. Papers wait in neat stacks. Correspondence arrives daily from distant provinces. Secretaries prepare summaries. Decisions happen slowly through consultation and review. Government work is methodical, repetitive, and concerned with details that never change much from year to year. A border dispute, a request for funds, a report on grain yields. Each matter receives appropriate attention. The Empress oversees household matters. She reviews menus with kitchen staff, approves purchases, and meets with tutors responsible for the children's education. She visits workshops where seamstresses repair linens and where craftsmen maintain furniture. Her work is managerial, focused on keeping a vast household functioning smoothly. She knows the names of key servants. She remembers preferences and schedules. A cook's daughter is ill. A gardener's son just got married. She acknowledges these personal details. Children spend mornings in lessons. Tutors arrive carrying books and writing materials. Education emphasises languages, history, geography, and religious instruction. Young Grand Dukes learn military protocol and statecraft. Grand Duchesses study art, music, and proper comportment. Lessons follow established curricula. Progress is measured in mastery of expected skills, not innovation. A child struggles with French verbs. Another excels at mathematics. Individual abilities emerge within structured learning. The palace employs hundreds. The palace employs hundreds of workers, including cooks, laundresses, gardeners, stable hands, guards, clerks, maids, footmen, and valets. Each person has specific duties performed on predictable schedules. The head steward maintains order through careful oversight. Work assignments are hereditary in many families. A gardener's son becomes a gardener. A cook's daughter learns the kitchens. Loyalty builds across generations. People know their roles and execute them reliably. Midday brings a light meal. People gather in groups according to rank and responsibility. Courtiers eat together in designated rooms. Servants take meals in the kitchens or staff quarters. The food is simple: soup, bread, cheese, and preserved fish. Meals provide a pause in work, a chance to rest briefly before resuming duties. Conversations are easy. Someone shares a joke. Another mentions plans for the afternoon. Afternoons vary by season. In winter, people stay indoors. The Empress might embroider or read aloud to her ladies-in-waiting. The Emperor reviews reports. Children practice music or complete written exercises. In warmer months, the household moves outdoors. Gardens provide space for walking. Paths wind between hedges trimmed into geometric shapes. Benches offer places to sit and watch fountains. Fresh air is considered beneficial. Exercise is gentle, never strenuous. Correspondence occupies much time. Letters arrive from relatives across Europe. The Romanovs marry into other royal families, creating networks of cousins and in-laws. Writing letters is a daily task. People share news of health, weather, and minor family events. Responses come weeks or months later. Communication happens slowly but steadily. A cousin in Germany announces a pregnancy. An aunt in Denmark describes recent travels. Family ties are maintained through persistent exchange. The palace library holds thousands of books. Shelves reach to high ceilings. Ladders on rails allow access to upper levels. People browse familiar titles and reread favourites. Reading happens quietly in comfortable chairs near windows. Libraries are calm spaces, insulated from household bustle. Scholars visit occasionally, requesting access to rare volumes. Their work is accommodated, knowledge is valued. Late afternoon the family gathers for tea. Samovars steam on sideboard tables. Small cakes and preserves are served on porcelain dishes. Conversation is gentle, covering household matters and plans for the coming days. Tea time marks a transition from work to evening, a moment of collective pause. Someone mentions a letter received. Another describes a garden that needs attention. Children share accomplishments from lessons. Servants begin preparing for evening routines. Lamps are refilled and lit. Fires are rebuilt. Rooms are tidied. Fresh towels appear in washrooms. The palace shifts from day mode to evening mode without fanfare. The transition is gradual, familiar and comforting in its predictability. Each servant knows their tasks. Each completes them efficiently. Court etiquette governs all interactions. People bow or curtsy according to rank. Forms of address are specific and unchanging. No one speaks out of turn. Formality creates structure and reduces uncertainty. Everyone knows their place, their role, and their expected behaviour. This clarity simplifies daily life and makes it easier to move through complex social environments. Mistakes are rare because patterns are so well established. Children learn these patterns early. They practice bowing and curtsying. They learn when to speak and when to remain silent. They observe adults and imitate them. By adolescence, court behaviour is automatic. They move through formal situations without anxiety because every step is predetermined. The imperial couple sometimes takes private walks in enclosed gardens. Away from attendants, they speak freely. They discuss children's progress. They share concerns about relatives or estate management. These moments of privacy are precious, brief escapes from constant observation. Dogs live in the palaces, companions to family members. They sleep in bedrooms and follow people through halls. Their presence adds warmth and informality. Children play with them. Adults appreciate their loyalty. The dogs are well cared for, fed regularly and treated kindly. Clocks chime throughout the day. Grandfather clocks in hallways. Mantel clocks in studies. The sound marks hours and divides time into manageable segments. People orient themselves by these chimes. Time is audible, structured and shared. Evening approaches, work concludes for the day. Papers are filed, books are shelved. Children finish lessons and put away their materials. The household prepares for the quieter hours ahead. Routines have been followed. Tomorrow will bring the same rhythms, the same reliable order. This certainty is comforting. Life is predictable in the best way. Servants change into evening uniforms, fresher clothes, slightly different styles. The shift marks the day's change. Everyone participates in the transition. The palace moves together through time, a collective body following shared rhythms. Candles are lit in addition to lamps. The flickering light is softer and warmer. Candlelight changes the atmosphere of rooms. Shadows dance on walls. Faces are gentler in this illumination. Evening has truly arrived. The empire stretches across 11 time zones. Managing it requires patience and endless paperwork. Officers in the capital receive reports from provincial governors, military commanders, tax collectors, and local administrators. Each report is read, summarized, and filed. Clerks copy documents by hand. Ink stains fingers. Paper stacks grow. The work is never finished, only paused at day's end. Maps cover entire walls in administrative chambers. Cartographers update them as new surveys arrive. Borders shift slightly. New towns are added. Rivers change course and maps are corrected. Geography is documented with care. The empire must know itself to govern itself. Distances are calculated, routes are planned, resources are located and noted. Travel is slow. The emperor and his advisors make journeys to different regions, but these trips take weeks or months. Carriages travel over rough roads. In winter, sleds move across frozen landscapes. Stops are frequent. Rest is necessary. Distance imposes natural limits on how quickly decisions can be implemented or information shared. A letter from Siberia takes weeks to reach the capital. A response takes weeks more. Railroads begin to change this. Track is laid year by year, connecting distant cities. Trains run on schedules, travel time decreases, communication speeds up. But even with trains, the empire remains vast. A message from the Pacific coast to the capital still takes many days to arrive. Geography cannot be conquered entirely, only negotiated. Administrative routine centres on taxation and resource management. Provinces report grain harvests, timber yields, and mining output. Numbers are compiled into ledgers. Trends are noted. Adjustments are made to quotas and expectations. The work is steady, unglamorous, and essential. Without it, the empire would collapse. Revenue must match expenditure. Surpluses are saved for difficult years. The military requires constant attention. Regiments are stationed across the empire. Supplies must reach them. Uniforms, weapons, food, and medical provisions. Logistics officers manage inventories. Shipments are tracked. Delays are investigated. Maintaining readiness means maintaining supply chains that function year after year without interruption. A regiment in Central Asia needs boots. An order is placed. Boots are manufactured, shipped, and delivered. The process takes months. Religious administration is equally methodical. The Orthodox Church operates thousands of parishes. Clergy are appointed, transferred, and retired according to established procedures. Church properties are maintained. Monasteries manage lands and assets. The empire supports the church, and the church reinforces the empire's authority through ritual and teaching. Priests report to bishops. Bishops report to the Holy Synod. The hierarchy is clear and functional. Education expands slowly. Schools are built in provincial capitals. Curricula are standardized. Teachers are trained and certified. Literacy rates improve gradually. Books are printed and distributed. Libraries are founded. Progress is measured in decades, not years. Each small advancement requires planning, funding, and patient implementation. A village receives its first schoolhouse. Children learn to read. The next generation will be different because of this. Infrastructure demands constant repair. Roads wash out in spring floods. Bridges need reinforcement. Canals silt up and must be dredged. Harbours require maintenance. Public buildings age and need restoration. Teams of engineers and labourers move from project to project. Work never ends. Maintenance is an ongoing task, not something completed and forgotten. Each spring reveals new damage. Each autumn brings urgent preparations for winter. The Treasury manages revenue and expenditure. Gold and silver flow in from taxes and tariffs. Expenses flow out for salaries, construction, military needs, and court operations. Accountants track every transaction. Audits verify accuracy. Financial stability depends on careful record-keeping and conservative budgeting. Unexpected expenses must be absorbed. Bad harvests reduce revenue. Wars increase costs. The Treasury balances all these variables. Trade routes connect the empire to the wider world. Merchants bring goods from China, Persia, and Europe. Customs officials inspect cargoes. Tariffs are collected. Trade agreements are negotiated over months of correspondence. Commerce brings wealth, but also requires regulation to protect domestic industries and ensure fair practices. A merchant guild petitions for lower tariffs. The request is reviewed. Competing interests are weighed. Legal codes are compiled and revised. Judges apply laws that have evolved over centuries. Cases are heard, decisions recorded, and precedents established. The legal system values consistency. Similar cases should yield similar outcomes. This predictability makes the system trustworthy, even if slow. A property dispute is resolved. The decision is documented. Future similar disputes will reference this precedent. Census taking happens periodically. Officials travel to every region, counting households, recording occupations, and noting births and deaths. The data helps plan resource allocation. It also reminds the population that the empire knows them, tracks them, and includes them in its calculations. A village is counted. Its population has grown. More resources will be allocated accordingly. Diplomacy is conducted through letters and emissaries. Ambassadors live abroad, sending regular reports. Foreign courts send their own representatives to the Russian capital. Meetings are formal. Agreements take time to negotiate. International relationships are maintained through patience, courtesy, and careful attention to protocol. A territorial agreement is discussed. Months pass in negotiation. Eventually terms are settled. The empire's diversity requires accommodation. Different regions have different languages, customs, and traditions. Governors learn to balance central authority with the local autonomy. Policies are adapted to fit regional realities. Flexibility prevents friction. Respect for local ways encourages cooperation. A Siberian tribe maintains hunting rights. A Caucasian village keeps traditional governance structures. The empire contains multitudes. Scientific expeditions are sponsored. Naturalists explore Siberia, collecting specimens and making observations. Astronomers establish observatories. Geologists survey mineral deposits. Knowledge accumulates slowly through systematic study. The empire invests in understanding its own territory and resources. A new species of plant is catalogued. A mineral deposit is discovered. Each finding adds to collective knowledge. Archives preserve history. Documents from previous reigns are stored in climate-controlled rooms. Librarians catalogue materials. Researchers consult old records to inform current decisions. The past guides the present. Continuity is valued. Change happens within the framework of tradition. An 18th century border agreement is referenced to settle a 19th century dispute. Public health initiatives develop gradually. Hospitals are built. Doctors are trained. Vaccination programs begin in cities and spread to rural areas. Sanitation improves. Clean water systems are constructed. These efforts reduce disease and improve quality of life, though progress is incremental and uneven. A city builds its first hospital. mortality rates begin to decline. The postal service expands across the empire. Post offices open in towns and villages. Mail carriers travel established routes on foot, horseback, and later by train. Letters connect families separated by vast distances. Communication becomes more reliable. The postal system is a quiet but vital thread holding the empire together. A letter from a soldier reaches his family. News travels. Manufacturing grows. Factories produce textiles, metalwork, and processed foods. Workers learn trades. Production increases. The empire becomes less dependent on imports. Economic self-sufficiency is a long-term goal pursued through steady investment in domestic capacity. A textile mill opens. Local cotton is processed. Finished cloth stays in the empire. Agricultural improvement is ongoing. New crops are introduced. Farming techniques are studied and shared. Experimental farms test innovations. Yields increase slightly year by year. Feeding the empire's growing population requires constant attention to agricultural productivity. A new variety of wheat is planted. It proves hardier. Seeds are distributed to other regions. Water management is crucial. Irrigation systems are built and maintained. Drainage projects prevent flooding. Wells are dug in arid regions. Access to water determines settlement patterns and agricultural success. Engineers design systems. Labourers dig channels. Water flows where it is needed. Forests are managed as resources. Timber is harvested sustainably. Reforestation programs plant new trees. Hunting is regulated to prevent depletion of game. The empire's vast forests are both an economic asset and a natural treasure. A logging operation follows strict guidelines. New saplings are planted in cleared areas. Mining operations extract coal, iron, gold, and other minerals. Safety regulations protect workers. Output is tracked and taxed. Mineral wealth funds imperial projects. Mines are dangerous but necessary. Improvements in technique reduce accidents over time. Transportation networks expand. New roads are surveyed and built. Existing roads are improved. River navigation is enhanced. Ports are modernised. Moving goods and people efficiently is essential to economic health. A new road connects two provincial capitals. Trade increases. Urban planning addresses growing cities. Zoning regulations separate residential, commercial and industrial areas. Public spaces are created. Sanitation systems are installed. Cities become more livable as planning improves. A city expands in an orderly fashion. Parks are preserved. Streets follow grids. Every aspect of empire requires maintenance. Systems must be kept running. People must be trained and supervised. Resources must be allocated wisely. The work is unglamorous but necessary. The Romanovs oversee this vast administrative apparatus, relying on skilled bureaucrats and inherited systems to keep everything functioning smoothly. The emperor signs documents. Ministers implement policies. The machine of state grinds steadily onward. Reforms happen slowly. A new policy is proposed. It is debated, revised, and tested in limited areas. If successful, it is gradually extended. If not, it is quietly abandoned. Caution prevents costly mistakes. Experience teaches the value of incremental change. Record-keeping becomes increasingly sophisticated. Filing systems are standardized. Indexing improves. Finding information becomes easier. Institutional memory is preserved. A clerk can locate a 10-year-old document in minutes. Efficiency improves. The empire's size makes uniformity impossible. What works in the capital may not work on the frontier. Administrators learn to adapt central directives to local conditions. Flexibility within structure keeps the system functioning. A regulation is modified for regional circumstances. The adaptation is documented and becomes precedent. Stability is the goal. Predictable governance allows people to plan. Farmers know what taxes to expect. Merchants understand trade regulations. Soldiers know their obligations. Predictability creates confidence. Confidence supports economic activity and social peace. Children are born into expectation. A son's arrival brings celebrations, with bells ringing across the capital. A daughter's birth is welcomed with joy but less ceremony. Gender shapes destiny from the first moment. Boys are heirs. Girls are future links to other royal houses through marriage. The first cry of an infant reverberates through generations. Christenings follow strict protocol. The infant is baptized in the palace chapel. Godparents are chosen from among close relatives or high-ranking nobles. The ceremony affirms the child's place in the Orthodox faith and the imperial family. Records are made. The child becomes part of official history. Names are chosen carefully, often honouring ancestors. The past is woven into the present through naming. Nurseries are warm, well-lit spaces filled with wooden toys and soft furnishings. Wet nurses care for infants. Nannies supervise toddlers. Children are fed, bathed and dressed according to schedule. Routines are established early. Sleep happens at set times. Meals appear at predictable hours. Order governs even the youngest lives. A baby wakes, is fed, and sleeps again. The cycle repeats. As children grow, education begins. Tutors are hired, usually from aristocratic families with proven educational credentials. Languages come first: Russian, French, German, and sometimes English. Children learn through repetition and recitation. Grammar is drilled. Vocabulary builds slowly. Fluency develops over years. A child struggles with conjugations. Practice continues patiently until mastery arrives. Religious instruction is central. Children memorize prayers and learn church history. They attend services regularly. Faith is not questioned but instilled. It provides a moral framework and connects them to centuries of tradition. The church's teachings shape their understanding of duty and responsibility. A child learns the liturgy. The ancient words become familiar, comforting. Boys receive military training. They wear miniature uniforms. They learn to march, salute, and handle ceremonial weapons. Discipline is emphasized. Obedience is expected. Military tradition is woven into masculine identity. Even princes who will never command troops are shaped by this training. A young Grand Duke learns to stand at attention. Hours of drill build endurance and discipline. Girls learn domestic arts and social graces. They embroider, paint, and play musical instruments. They study etiquette, learning how to enter rooms, how to curtsy, and how to make conversation without dominating it. Their education prepares them for roles as wives and mothers within aristocratic society. A Grand Duchess practices piano. Repetition develops skill. Performance is refined. Family meals bring everyone together. The dining table is where children practice manners and conversation. They listen to adults discuss estate management, family news, and plans for upcoming events. They learn by observation. Proper behaviour is modelled and expected. A child reaches incorrectly for bread. A gentle reminder corrects the error. Birthdays are marked simply. A special cake, small gifts, and time with family. Celebrations are warm but not extravagant. Children understand they are part of something larger than themselves. Individual desires are secondary to family duty and dynastic continuity. A birthday passes pleasantly. The child feels noticed and loved but not elevated above others. Summers are spent at country estates. Children run in gardens, swim in lakes and ride ponies. The rural setting offers freedom impossible in formal palace life. Relationships with siblings and cousins deepen during these months. Bonds formed in childhood persist across lifetimes. Cousins climb trees together. Shared adventures create lasting connections. Illness brings worry but is managed calmly. Doctors attend. Remedies are applied. Families pray. Recovery happens slowly or not at all. Death is familiar. Infant mortality is common. Parents grieve privately and continue. Life goes on. Tradition provides comfort in loss. A child falls ill with fever. The household waits. Prayer and medicine do what they can. Adolescence brings increased responsibility. Older children participate in more formal activities. They attend ceremonies, meet dignitaries, and represent the family at events. Their education intensifies. Expectations rise. The transition to adulthood is gradual but inevitable. A teenage Grand Duke attends his first state dinner. He observes closely, learning through participation. Marriage is arranged with care. Matches are negotiated between families. Compatibility matters less than political and dynastic advantage. Young people meet briefly before engagement. They correspond under supervision. Love may grow after marriage, but is not required before it. A young Grand Duchess meets her intended. They exchange polite conversation. The decision has already been made. Weddings are grand occasions. Churches are decorated with flowers and candles. Ceremonies last hours. Guests include relatives from across Europe. Banquets follow. Music plays. The couple is blessed. They begin their life together, supported by family and tradition. A wedding unites two families. Toasts are offered. The future is hopeful. Newlyweds establish their own households within the broader family structure. They receive apartments in palaces or estates. Servants are assigned. Furnishings are provided. The young couple learns to manage their domestic sphere while remaining embedded in family networks. A new couple settles into their rooms. Routines are established. Life as a married pair begins. Generational transition happens gradually. Aging emperors cede responsibilities to heirs. Training intensifies. The next ruler shadows the current one, learning through observation and increasing participation. Power transfers across years, not in a single moment. An aging emperor delegates more. His son assumes responsibilities smoothly. Elderly family members retain respect and position. Grandparents advise. Great-aunts and uncles share stories. The old connect the young to the past. Memory is collective. History is kept alive through retelling. A grandmother describes her own childhood. Grandchildren listen. The family story continues. Family gatherings mark holidays and significant events. Relatives travel from across the empire to reunite. Tables are crowded. Conversations overlap. Children play together while adults catch up on news. These gatherings reinforce bonds and remind everyone of their place in the larger family web. A holiday brings 3 generations together. The house fills with voices. Traditions are explained and passed down. Why certain foods are eaten on specific days. Why particular prayers are said. Why ceremonies unfold in set ways. Children absorb these explanations. They become keepers of tradition, ready to pass it to the next generation. A child asks why. An adult explains. Understanding deepens. Portraits line palace walls. Ancestors gaze from heavy frames. Current family members see themselves reflected in painted faces. Resemblances are noted. Traits are traced across generations. The past is visually present, a constant reminder of continuity. A child stands before an ancestor's portrait. The same eyes look back. Family archives hold letters, diaries, and official documents. Older relatives sometimes read from these, sharing stories of great-grandparents in earlier times. The family story is a living narrative, continuously told and retold. An old letter is discovered. It describes daily life a century ago. Little has changed. Each generation adds to the family's legacy. New children, new marriages, new accomplishments. The dynasty grows like a tree, putting down deeper roots and spreading wider branches. Continuity is the highest value. Tradition is the means by which it is achieved. A birth is recorded. The family tree expands. Conflicts arise but are managed within family structures. Disagreements are mediated by elders. Compromise is encouraged. Public unity is maintained even when private tensions exist. The family's reputation matters more than individual satisfaction. A dispute is settled quietly. The family presents a united front. Siblings develop distinct relationships. Some are close, others are formal, birth order matters. The eldest son carries unique burdens. Younger children have more freedom. These dynamics shape personalities and futures. Two brothers grow up together. One will rule, one will support. Education includes understanding lineage. Children learn their genealogy, who their ancestors were and what roles they played. Family history is personal history. The past is not abstract, but immediate. A child recites ancestors' names. The list stretches back generations. Daughters prepare for eventual departure. Marriage will take them to other courts, other countries. They will represent the family abroad. This knowledge shapes their upbringing. Languages are essential. Adaptability is cultivated. A young Grand Duchess knows she will leave. She prepares herself emotionally. Sons prepare for increasing responsibility. Titles, estates, and military commands await. They must be ready to lead, to decide, and to represent. Childhood play gives way to serious preparation. A young man studies military strategy. His future depends on competence. Family prayers happen daily. The household gathers before icons. Familiar words are spoken together. This shared practice reinforces unity. Everyone participates. Faith is collective. A family prays together. Individual voices blend. Letters between family members maintain connection across distance. A mother writes to a married daughter. A father advises a son serving in the military. These letters are treasured, read multiple times and sometimes saved for years. Written words bridge separation. The family's public role is understood by all. They represent not just themselves but the empire. Behaviour is scrutinised. Standards are high. Children learn early that they are never entirely private. A family member makes a public appearance. Dignity is maintained. Loyalty to family supersedes most other loyalties. Family members defend each other, support each other, and protect each other's reputations. This solidarity is unquestioned. Blood ties are sacred. Family comes first. The calendar structures time. Religious feast days mark the year's progress. Advent brings anticipation. Christmas brings candlelit services and family gatherings. Lent brings fasting and reflection. Easter brings joy and abundant meals. Seasons turn according to ancient patterns. The year unfolds in a familiar sequence. Winter is quiet. Snow muffles sound. Short days mean long evenings indoors. The household settles into slower rhythms. Less travel, more time for reading, conversation and handwork. The cold encourages rest. Fires burn constantly. People gather around heat. Outdoors is hostile. Indoors is refuge. Spring arrives late in northern Russia. Ice breaks up on rivers. Mud makes roads impassable for weeks. The household waits patiently for the land to dry. Gardens are planned. Seeds are ordered. Anticipation builds slowly, naturally. The first green shoots bring relief. Winter's grip loosens. Summer brings movement. The court relocates to country estates. Palaces are aired out, cleaned, and left to stand quietly. Families pack belongings into carriages and make the journey to properties surrounded by forests and fields. Fresh air, longer days, and outdoor activity restore energy. Summer is renewal. Autumn is harvest time. Even imperial families participate symbolically in bringing in the year's yield. Children pick apples in orchards. Adults walk through fields, observing the work. Gratitude for abundance is expressed through prayers and shared meals. Storerooms fill. Winter preparations intensify. Weekends follow a pattern. Saturday evening vigils prepare for Sunday rest. Sunday morning, the family attends liturgy. The service is long, filled with chanting and incense. Afterwards, the day unfolds gently. Reading, quiet conversation, simple meals, no demanding work. Sunday is set apart. Afternoon naps are common. After midday meals, people retire to private rooms. Curtains are drawn. Silence settles over the household. An hour or two of sleep refreshes everyone. The practice is accepted, expected, and part of the daily rhythm. Bodies need midday rest. The household honours this need. Name days are celebrated more than birthdays. Everyone has a saint's day corresponding to their name. The person is honoured with well wishes, small gifts, and preferred foods. It is a personal feast day, repeated annually, connecting the individual to the liturgical calendar. A name day arrives. The household celebrates quietly. Retreats to monasteries offer spiritual renewal. The emperor occasionally visits monastic communities, staying in simple rooms, attending services, and sharing meals with monks. The simplicity is restorative. Stripping away ceremony and luxury allows for reflection and rest. Monastery life is stripped to essentials. The contrast is healing. Spa towns offer another form of retreat. Mineral baths are thought to promote health. Families spend weeks at spa resorts, soaking in warm waters, walking in gardens and following prescribed rest schedules. Healing happens slowly, through routine and relaxation. Water eases aches. Time heals. Evening routines begin as daylight fades. Lamps are lit gradually. Workspaces are tidied. People change from day clothes into more comfortable evening wear. The pace slows. Voices soften. The household prepares for rest. The transition is gentle, never abrupt. Before bed, prayers are said. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. Candles are lit briefly. Prayers are familiar words, repeated nightly. This ritual marks the transition from waking to sleeping, from activity to stillness. A prayer is whispered. The day is released. Bedrooms are kept cool. Windows are cracked even in winter. Fresh air is considered healthy. Heavy blankets provide warmth. Feather beds are soft and enveloping. Sleep comes easily in comfortable darkness. The body settles. Rest begins. Night watches are quiet. Guards patrol palace corridors. Servants are available for emergencies but stay out of sight. The household sleeps protected and secure. Silence is maintained. Footsteps are muffled. Doors close softly. The night is peaceful. Mornings come gently. No harsh alarms. Light increases naturally. Someone brings tea or coffee. Waking happens gradually. There is no rush to leave bed. The new day unfolds in its own time. Eyes open slowly. A new day has arrived. Seasonal celebrations punctuate the year. Maslenitsa in late winter brings pancakes and festivities before Lent. Troitsa in early summer marks the Holy Trinity with greenery and outdoor services. Each celebration follows tradition, offering familiar pleasures and communal joy. A celebration arrives. The household participates together. Rest is not laziness, but necessity. The empire is demanding. Responsibilities are heavy. Regular periods of rest preserve health and clarity. The rhythm of work and rest is natural, built into the calendar, and respected across generations. Without rest, work suffers. Balance is essential. Religious festivals provide structure. The church calendar divides the year into seasons. Fast periods alternate with feast periods. Work intensifies, then relaxes. The rhythm is external, imposed by tradition, and liberating in its predictability. No one must decide when to rest. The calendar decides. Holy Week is especially structured. Services occur daily. Fasting is strict. The household moves together through the week's progression. Good Friday is solemn. Easter morning is joyous. The emotional arc is shared. Holy Week passes. Easter brings relief. Pilgrimages offer both journey and rest. Travelling to sacred sites takes weeks. The journey itself is meditative. Arrival brings services and prayer. Returning home brings satisfaction. A pilgrimage is undertaken. Distance is covered. Faith is renewed. Country estates offer escape from formality. Life is simpler away from the capital. Routines are looser. Clothing is less formal. Meals are less elaborate. The change is refreshing. A month at a country estate restores spirits. Winter sports provide recreation. Skating on frozen ponds. Sledding down hills. The cold is invigorating. Exercise in fresh air promotes health and good mood. Winter need not be endured, but can be enjoyed. Snowfalls, children play. Seasonal foods mark time's passage. Strawberries mean early summer. Mushrooms mean late summer. Apples mean autumn. Preserved foods mean winter. Eating connects people to seasons and to the earth's rhythms. Food is time made edible. Moon phases are noticed. Full moons are brighter. New moons are darker. The rhythm is monthly, subtle, but real. Some people are more sensitive to lunar cycles than others. The moon waxes and wanes. Time passes. Equinoxes and solstices are acknowledged, the longest day, the shortest day. The equal day and night. These astronomical events mark the year's turning points. Summer solstice passes. Days begin shortening. Rest days are built into work schedules. Servants rotate days off. Even continuous duties allow for breaks. Sustainable work requires planned rest. Exhaustion serves no one. A servant takes a day off. Rest is earned and necessary. Quiet hours are observed. Late afternoon is often peaceful. Late evening is calm. The household respects these natural lulls. Noise is minimized. Urgent business can wait. Quiet is valued. The rhythm of rest and activity is as important as either alone. Work without rest leads to burnout. Rest without work leads to stagnation. Balance is achieved through structure. The calendar provides that structure. Life flows smoothly. Palace kitchens are vast. Multiple stoves burn constantly. Copper pots hang from ceiling racks. Long wooden tables provide workspace for dozens of cooks and assistants. The heat is intense. The smells are rich. Baking bread, simmering broths, roasting meats. Steam rises. Flames flicker. Activity never stops. Head cooks plan menus days in advance. They consider the season, the availability of ingredients, religious requirements, and family preferences. Meals must be nutritious, properly prepared, and presented beautifully. Standards are high. Tradition guides choices. A menu is reviewed. Adjustments are made. Final approval is given. Markets supply fresh ingredients. Vendors arrive at palace gates with carts of vegetables, fish, poultry, and dairy. Purchases are inspected carefully. Quality must meet strict standards. Relationships with suppliers are long-standing. Trust is earned over years. A fish is examined. Its eyes are clear. It is accepted. Preserving food for winter is essential. Vegetables are pickled in brine. Fruits are made into jams and compotes. Mushrooms are dried. Fish is salted or smoked. Root vegetables are stored in cool cellars. These preparations happen in late summer and early autumn, involving many hands working steadily for weeks. Jars fill shelves. Winter provisions accumulate. Bread is baked daily. The smell of fresh loaves fills corridors. Different types are made for different purposes. Dark rye for everyday meals, white wheat for special occasions, and sweet rolls for tea. Bakers start work before dawn. The first loaves emerge as the household wakes. Dough rises, ovens heat, bread bakes. Soups are staples: cabbage soup, beet soup, fish soup. Each is prepared according to regional tradition. Ingredients are simple, but combined skillfully. A good soup is nourishing and satisfying. It appears at nearly every meal, steaming in ceramic tureens. Broth simmers, vegetables are added, flavours meld. Porridges are breakfast mainstays. Buckwheat, millet, oats. Cooked slowly with milk or water. Served with butter, honey, or preserved berries. Porridge is filling, easy to digest, and comforting. Children eat it without complaint. Adults appreciate its simplicity. Grain swells. Porridge thickens. Breakfast is ready. Fasting is taken seriously. During Lent and other prescribed periods, animal products are avoided. Menus shift to vegetables, grains, legumes, and fish. Creativity is required to provide variety within limitations. Cooks rise to the challenge. Fasting meals are surprisingly delicious. Meat is absent. Flavour remains. Feasting follows fasting. After long periods of restrictions, celebratory meals are abundant. Roasted meats, rich sauces, butter-laden pastries. The contrast makes the feast more appreciated. Gratitude accompanies abundance. Lent ends. Easter arrives. Tables groan with food. Tea is central to daily life. It is served multiple times throughout the day. Strong black tea brewed in samovars. Sugar cubes are held between the teeth while sipping. Conversation happens over tea. Hospitality is expressed through offering it. Water boils. Tea steeps. Glasses are filled. Formal dinners require elaborate preparation. Multiple courses are served in sequence. Presentation is important. Dishes are garnished with care. Servers move silently, replacing plates and refilling glasses. The meal can last hours. Pacing is deliberate. One course ends, another begins. Family meals are simpler. One main dish, bread, vegetables, perhaps a dessert. Everyone sits together. Conversation is relaxed. Children are included. These meals reinforce family bonds and provide regular touchstones in busy days. Dishes are passed, food is shared, family connects, snacks appear throughout the day. Snacks include small sandwiches, fruits, nuts, and cheese. People help themselves between meals. The kitchen keeps platters ready. Eating is not just scheduled but spontaneous, responding to hunger and preference. Someone feels hungry. Food is available. The need is met. Cooks take pride in their work. Recipes are guarded. Techniques are refined over years. A cook who masters a particular dish becomes known for it. Reputation matters. Good food brings honour to the kitchen and satisfaction to the household. A dish is perfected. The cook is praised. Seasonal foods are celebrated. First strawberries of summer, first apples of autumn, fresh greens in spring. These foods mark time's passage. They are anticipated and savoured. Seasonality makes eating a connection to the natural world. Strawberries arrive. The first bite is sweet. Summer has begun. Dining rooms vary in size and formality. Grand halls for state dinners, smaller parlours for family. Breakfast rooms with morning light. Each space has appropriate furnishings and atmosphere. Meals adapt to setting. A formal dinner happens here. A casual lunch happens there. Tablecloths are changed frequently. Linens are washed, ironed, and stored carefully. Silver is polished. China is inspected for chips. Maintaining dining standards requires constant effort. Nothing is neglected. A tablecloth is stained. It is replaced immediately. Leftover food is not wasted. Servants receive portions. Excess is distributed to the poor. Bread scraps go to animals. Thrift is practiced even in abundance. Waste is considered irresponsible. Food remains. It is shared, not discarded. Special occasions bring special foods. Wedding cakes tower impressively. Easter breads are enriched with eggs and butter. Christmas tables hold honeyed pastries and spiced drinks. Food marks celebration and makes occasions memorable. A wedding approaches, bakers prepare. Children learn table manners early, sitting properly, using utensils correctly, not speaking with full mouths. Patience while waiting for food. These lessons happen daily. Meals are both nourishment and training. A child fidgets. A gentle correction follows. Shared meals create community. Eating together regularly builds relationships. Conversations over food are relaxed and honest. Barriers lower. People connect. The dining table is where family and household become a unified group. Meals are shared. Community is built. Kitchen staff work in teams. Each person has specialties. One makes pastries. Another handles fish. A third manages vegetables. Coordination is essential. The head cook orchestrates. The kitchen functions smoothly. Tasks are divided. Teamwork succeeds. Recipes are passed down. A cook learns from a mentor. Techniques are demonstrated, practiced, and mastered. Years of experience accumulate. A young cook watches, an experienced cook teaches, knowledge transfers, tasting happens throughout preparation. Seasoning is adjusted, flavours are balanced. Cooking is not mechanical but requires judgment and skill. A dish is tasted, more salt is needed. Balance is achieved. Presentation matters. Food is arranged attractively. Colours are considered. Garnishes are applied thoughtfully. Beauty enhances appetite. A dish is plated. It looks appetizing. The presentation succeeds. Timing is crucial. Courses must be ready when needed. Hot food must be hot. Cold food must be cold. Coordination prevents delays. The kitchen operates on strict schedules. Dinner is at 7. Food must be ready at 7. Clean-up begins immediately after service. Dishes are washed. Surfaces are scrubbed. The kitchen is restored to order. Preparation for the next meal begins. Work is continuous. One meal ends. Planning for the next begins. Gratitude for food is expressed. Before meals, prayers thank God for provision. After meals, satisfaction is acknowledged. Food is never taken for granted. Appreciation is part of eating. A prayer is said. Gratitude is offered. Twilight softens the palace. Lamps are lit in sequence, room by room. Windows glow golden against the darkening sky. The day's formal duties are complete. Evening unfolds with gentler expectations. Light changes. The atmosphere shifts. Music rooms fill quietly. Someone sits at the piano playing familiar pieces. Others listen from sofas and chairs. The music is not performance but shared pleasure. Melodies flow easily. No one is required to attend, yet many do. Notes fill the room. Listeners relax. Libraries become gathering spaces. Books are pulled from shelves and browsed. Reading aloud is common. One person reads while others embroider or simply listen. Stories, poetry, essays. Voices rise and fall in the lamplit quiet. A book is chosen. Reading begins. Card games appear on tables. Simple games, not gambling. Partners are chosen. Rules are known to everyone. Play is relaxed. Laughter punctuates conversation. Winning matters little. The activity itself is the point. Cards are shuffled. The game begins. Needlework occupies hands. Embroidery, knitting and mending. Women work on projects that take weeks or months. Conversation flows around the work. Fingers stay busy while minds and voices engage. Thread passes through fabric. Patterns emerge. Letters are written in the evening. Correspondence delayed during the day is finally addressed. Ink and paper are always available. People write to relatives, friends and distant contacts. Letters maintain relationships across time and space. A letter is started. News is shared. Small gatherings form naturally. A few people in one room discussing a recent book. Another group in a different room is playing a board game. Children might gather in the nursery with a governess telling stories. The palace accommodates multiple quiet activities simultaneously. Groups form, activities vary. Tea is served again. Not the formal afternoon service, but a simpler version. A pot of tea, perhaps some leftover pastries or bread with jam. People help themselves. The ritual provides a pause, a reason to stop and rest. Tea is poured. Warmth spreads. Conversations meander. Topics are not serious. Someone mentions a funny incident from the day. Another shares news from a letter. They exchange observations about the weather, gardens, and upcoming events. Talk is easy and unhurried. Words flow naturally. Connection happens. The imperial couple often spends time alone together. Away from courtiers and servants, they sit in private rooms. They discuss household matters, children, and future plans. These quiet hours strengthen their partnership. Privacy is precious. Conversation is frank. Older children study in the evenings, reviewing lessons or reading ahead. Tutors are not present, but expectations remain. Self-discipline is cultivated. Work is completed without supervision. This independence prepares them for adult responsibilities. A child reads, learning continues. Younger children prepare for bed early. Bath time, clean night clothes, gentle routines. Nannies sing lullabies. Stories are told. Prayers are said together. The transition to sleep is gradual and soothing. Water splashes. A song is sung. Windows are opened slightly before bed, even in cold weather. Fresh air is believed to promote healthy sleep. Rooms are cool. Heavy quilts are pulled up. The contrast between cold air and a warm bed is pleasant. A window opens. Fresh air enters. Guards change shifts. Footsteps echo in corridors as one watch replaces another. The palace is never unprotected, never unwatched. This vigilance allows the household to rest securely. Steps approach. Duty changes hands. Some servants complete final tasks. Banking fires, locking doors, checking windows. The palace is secured for the night. Routine ensures nothing is forgotten. A door is locked. Security is maintained. In country estates, evening sounds are different. Crickets, distant bird calls, wind in trees. The quiet is deeper. Darkness is more complete. Lamplight seems warmer and more precious against the surrounding night. Nature sounds. Night settles. Seasonal differences shape evenings. Winter evenings are the longest. People stay indoors, clustered around heat and light. Summer evenings are brief. Twilight stretches late. People linger outdoors until darkness finally arrives. Seasons change. Evenings adapt. Religious households say evening prayers together. The family gathers before an icon corner. Familiar words are spoken. The day is committed to divine care. This practice brings peace and closure. Prayers are said. The day ends formally. Journals are kept by some. A few minutes before bed, writing about the day. Not dramatic events, but small details. Weather, visitors, feelings. These journals accumulate into personal histories. A pen moves. Thoughts are recorded. Artwork is examined in evening light. Paintings look different by lamplight. Shadows shift. Colours are warm. The same painting reveals different qualities depending on illumination. Art is observed. Beauty is appreciated. Conversations become more philosophical. The day's busyness recedes. Minds relax. People discuss ideas, beliefs and questions. Evening provides space for reflection that the busy day does not. Thoughts deepen. Ideas are shared. Musical performances are informal. Someone plays. Others might join in singing. The music is for the participants, not an audience. Pleasure is in the making, not the perfection. Voices blend. Harmony emerges. Storytelling entertains children and adults alike. Tales from folklore, family history, and personal experience. Stories are varied and adapted to the audience. Imagination is engaged. A story begins. Attention focuses. Silence is comfortable. Not all time must be filled with activity or conversation. People sit together in quiet companionship. The shared space is enough. Silence settles. Peace prevails. The last lamps are extinguished. Darkness settles fully. The palace or estate becomes a collection of sleeping people in quiet rooms. Outside, stars turn overhead. Inside, rest begins. Light fades. Night arrives. Evening has done its work. The household has transitioned from day to night. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns. Tonight brings deserved rest. The cycle continues. Sleep awaits. Bedrooms are prepared before occupants arrive. Sheets are turned down. Pillows are fluffed. Chamber pots are placed discreetly. Water pitchers and basins are filled. Everything needed for the night is made ready. A servant moves quietly. Preparations are complete. Night clothes are laid out. Long night shirts, robes, and soft slippers. Fabrics are chosen for comfort, not appearance. Warmth and ease matter most. Dressing for bed is simple and quick. Day clothes are removed. Night clothes are donned. Hair is unpinned and brushed. Women's hair, often elaborately styled during the day, is loosened and braided. The brushing is soothing and repetitive. It marks the day's end. Men wash faces and hands in cool water. The simple ablutions are refreshing. Water splashes. Faces are dried. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. A candle is lit briefly for evening prayers. The flame flickers on painted surfaces. Prayers are whispered. Personal conversations with the divine. The candle is extinguished. Darkness returns. A flame glows, then fades. Children sleep in nurseries adjacent to their parents' rooms. Nannies sleep nearby, ready to respond if a child wakes. Nightlights burn dimly. The soft glow is reassuring. Children can see they are not alone. Shadows are gentle. Safety is visible. Infants are checked regularly through the night. Wet nurses or nannies lift sleeping babies, change them if needed, and soothe them back to sleep. The care is gentle and practiced. Babies barely wake. A baby stirs. Comfort is offered. Illness brings extra attention. If someone is unwell, a servant or family member sits nearby through the night. Cool cloths are applied to fevers. Water is offered. The presence of another person is comforting. No one suffers alone. Fever burns. Care continues. Palace guards patrol regularly. Their routes cover every corridor, every entrance. Footsteps are quiet but distinct. The sound of boots on stone is rhythmic and dependable. Anyone awake can hear the patrols and feel secure. Steps echo. Safety is maintained. Night servants remain on duty. If someone needs something, help is available. A glass of water, an extra blanket. Assistance to a washroom. Needs are met quickly and discreetly. Service continues even during sleeping hours. A bell rings. The need is answered. Windows are curtained against drafts. Heavy fabric blocks cold air. In winter, frost patterns form on glass. Inside, warmth is preserved. The room becomes a protected space, separate from the harsh world outside. Cold is excluded. Warmth is kept. Beds are piled with covers, feather quilts, wool blankets, and fur throws. Layers trap heat. Sleeping under a weighted blanket is comforting. Bodies relax into softness. The physical sensation of being held encourages deep rest. Weight settles, comfort surrounds. Dreams come and go. Some remember them, others do not. Dreams are sometimes discussed in the morning, especially if they seem meaningful, but mostly they fade, forgotten in the return to waking life. A dream unfolds, morning erases it. The deepest part of night is the quietest. Everyone sleeps, even servants rest. The palace is as still as it ever becomes. Only the watch moves. Only the tick of clocks marks time. Silence is complete. Rest is deep. Early risers stir before dawn. A few people wake naturally in darkness. They light candles, dress quietly, and begin their day while others sleep. Kitchens start to warm. Fires are rebuilt. The household awakens gradually. Dawn approaches. Activity resumes. Morning light arrives slowly in winter, suddenly in summer. Curtains are opened by servants. Fresh air is let in. The new day is welcomed. Night's hold releases. Light returns. Day begins. Chamber pots are emptied discreetly. Wash basins are refilled. Beds are straightened. The room is restored to daytime order. Evidence of sleep is removed. The bedroom becomes neutral space again, ready for the next night. Night traces vanish. Day arrives. Sleep is respected. Those who need more rest are allowed it. Children especially are not rushed. Waking happens naturally. The body's needs are honoured. Sleep continues. No one disturbs. Good sleep is seen as essential to health. Doctors recommend regular hours, comfortable bedding, cool air, and quiet surroundings. These recommendations are followed. The household is structured to support healthy sleep for everyone. Health requires rest. Rest is provided. Nightmares, when they occur, are soothed away. A parent or nanny sits with the frightened child, speaking softly, offering reassurance. The nightmare is acknowledged but not dwelt upon. Calm is restored. Sleep returns. Fear fades. Peace returns. The cycle of day and night is regular. The household moves through it together. Waking and sleeping happen in rhythm. This regularity creates stability. Time is predictable. Rest is reliable. Cycles repeat. Order prevails. Seasonal variations affect sleep. Summer nights are short. Winter nights are long. The body adapts. More sleep in winter, less in summer. Nature dictates. Humans comply. Comfortable sleeping arrangements are maintained. Mattresses are checked and replaced as needed. Linens are washed frequently. Pillows are kept fresh. Investment in sleep quality pays dividends in health and mood. Comfort is maintained. Sleep quality protected. Bedtime rituals vary by individual. Some read before sleeping, others pray longer. Some prefer total darkness. Others need a nightlight. Individual preferences are accommodated. Personal needs are met. Children's sleep is monitored. Growth requires abundant rest. Nannies ensure children sleep enough. Bedtimes are enforced gently but firmly. Adequate sleep is non-negotiable for the young. Rest is essential. Growth demands it. Adults also need rest. The demands of court life are exhausting. Sleep restores. Without it, judgment suffers. Performance declines. Sleep is not a luxury, but a necessity. Rest is required. Function depends on it. Shared bedrooms create companionship. Spouses sleep together. Siblings sometimes share rooms. The presence of another is comforting. Loneliness is avoided. Connection persists even in sleep, together in rest. The household sleeps together, each in their appointed place. From the emperor in his chambers to the kitchen maid in her quarters, all rest. The palace breathes slowly. Night holds all. Morning will come, but now sleep. Centuries pass in this rhythm. The Romanovs rule not through constant innovation, but through patient repetition. Each emperor inherits systems established by predecessors. Each adds small changes but maintains the core. Stability is the dynasty's strength. Time flows. Order persists. Buildings age slowly. Palaces built in the 17th century still stand in the 19th. New wings are added. Old sections are repaired. But the essential structures persist. Continuity is visible in architecture. Stone endures. Palaces stand. Families serve across generations. A steward's great-grandson becomes a steward. A cook's descendant works the same kitchens. Institutional knowledge is preserved. Methods are refined but not replaced. Experience accumulates. Generations serve. Knowledge transfers. Ceremonies repeat annually. The same prayers in the same chapels. The same processions through the same halls. Easter, Christmas, name days and coronations. Each follows established form. Participants change, but rituals remain constant. Prayers echo. Tradition lives. Records are kept meticulously. Births, marriages, deaths, appointments and dismissals, financial transactions, legal decisions. Everything is documented. The archive grows. History is preserved in ink and paper. Pens scratch. Records accumulate. Libraries expand. New books are added to old collections. Scholars catalogue holdings. Researchers request access. Knowledge is protected and shared. The past informs the present through preserved texts. Books multiply. Wisdom gathers. Artwork accumulates. Portraits of each emperor, each empress, and significant family members. The gallery grows. Faces from different centuries hang side by side. Artistic styles change, but the subjects remain Romanovs. Canvases fill walls. Ancestors watch. Gardens mature. Trees planted by one generation provide shade for the next. Hedges thickened over decades. Flower beds replanted each spring in the same patterns. Nature grows within human design. Trees grow tall. Gardens flourish. Clothing styles evolve slowly. Military uniforms retain traditional elements even as details modernize. Court dress adheres to conservative standards. Fashion changes elsewhere. but the Romanov household values consistency over novelty. Styles shift slightly. Tradition dominates. Education follows established curricula. Children in the 19th century learn much of what their ancestors learned. Languages, history, military protocol and religious instruction. Proven methods are trusted. Experimentation is minimal. Lessons repeat. Learning continues. Marriages continue to link the Romanovs to other royal families. Alliances are renewed across generations. Cousins marry cousins. The network of relationships becomes increasingly complex, but also increasingly strong. Families unite. Bonds multiply. Succession follows rules set down long ago. The eldest son inherits. If no son exists, succession passes to brothers or nephews according to a predetermined order. Clarity prevents conflict. Tradition provides answers before questions arise. Rules are clear. Succession is orderly. Religious observance remains central. The Orthodox Church's calendar structures time. Faith provides meaning. Ritual connects the living to the dead, the present to eternity. Belief is not questioned. It is foundational. Faith endures. Prayer continues. Economic management continues along familiar lines. Taxes are collected, expenses are tracked. Budgets are balanced mostly. Financial crises are weathered. Prosperity returns. The long view prevails over short-term fluctuations. Money flows. Account balance. Military strength is maintained through consistent investment. Training, equipment and organisation. The army changes slowly, adopting new technologies cautiously. Tradition and modernity coexist. Effectiveness is preserved. Soldiers drill. Readiness is maintained. Diplomacy follows established protocols. Letters are exchanged. Ambassadors are received. Treaties are negotiated. International relationships are maintained through patience and courtesy. Trust builds over years, sometimes over centuries. Nations correspond. Peace is pursued. The empire grows, but growth itself becomes tradition. New territories are added and integrated using familiar methods. Governance extends outward, carrying systems tested at the centre. Expansion is methodical, not chaotic. Borders extend, systems spread, adaptations happen, but slowly. Railroads are built, telegraph lines are strung, gaslight replaces candles, plumbing improves. Each innovation is adopted carefully. New things are made to fit old patterns. Technology arrives. Tradition adapts. Time moves differently in an empire built on routine. Days blur into weeks, weeks into seasons, and seasons into years. Individuals age and pass. The dynasty continues. Faces change. Roles persist. People come and go. The empire remains. In palaces and estates across the vast empire, lamps are lit at the same hours. Meals are served on familiar schedules. Prayers are said in well-worn phrases. Children are born, raised and married according to custom. Life repeats in comforting patterns. Routines repeat. Comfort prevails. The story of the Romanovs is not one of constant drama, but of enduring sameness. The work of empire is daily, detailed and repetitive. Maintaining order requires attention, not heroism. Tradition provides the framework. Patience fills the hours. Order is maintained. Patience rewards. Generations overlap. Grandparents advise. Parents manage. Children learn. Each generation teaches the next. Knowledge passes down. Continuity is personal, not abstract. Faces age. Wisdom transfers. Anniversaries mark time. 10 years since a marriage. 20 years since a coronation. 50 years of service. These milestones are noted and celebrated quietly. Time's passage is acknowledged. Years accumulate. Milestones pass. The rhythm of imperial life is like a great wheel turning. Each rotation brings the same positions around again. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. Birth, youth, maturity, age. The wheel turns steadily. Positions recur. The cycle continues. Individual lives are short compared to the dynasty's span. An emperor rules for decades but dies. His son takes his place. The transition is smooth because systems are in place. Personal mortality does not threaten institutional continuity. Leaves end. The dynasty persists. Archives preserve not just facts, but patterns. This is how things were done. This is how things are done. Future archivists will record. This is how things were done. The record extends backward and forward. Patterns persist. History guides. The empire's vastness means change happens unevenly. A reform adopted in the capital takes years to reach distant provinces. By the time it arrives, it may be outdated. Yet this slowness prevents hasty mistakes. Caution has value. Distance protects. Communication delays create patience. Questions asked today receive answers next month. Decisions are made with incomplete information. Yet the system functions. Perfect information is impossible. Good enough suffices. Patience is required. Patience is practiced. The dynasty's power rests not on force, but on acceptance. People accept the emperor because his ancestors were emperors. Legitimacy is inherited. This makes the rule easier. Rebellion is unthinkable when authority is ancient. Tradition legitimizes. Acceptance follows. Symbols matter. The crown, the scepter, the orb. These objects carry weight beyond their physical presence. They represent continuity. Each emperor holds what his father held. The objects connect generations. Symbols endure. Meaning persists. Language preserves tradition. Court titles have been unchanged for centuries. Forms of address specified exactly. Religious liturgy in Old Church Slavonic. Language ties present to past. Modern speech incorporates ancient forms. Words carry history. Physical spaces shape behaviour. The throne room demands formality. The chapel demands reverence. Private apartments allow relaxation. Architecture enforces appropriate conduct. Spaces shape actions. Behaviour follows setting. Seasonal rhythms ground imperial life in nature. No matter how powerful the emperor, winter still comes. Spring still arrives. Human power bows to natural cycles. This humility is healthy. Nature rules. Humans adapt. The empire contains multitudes. Different peoples, different faiths, different languages. Unity is imposed but also emerges from shared experience of imperial rule. Diversity exists within unity. Many become one. The empire holds. Trade connects regions. Goods flow from Siberia to the capital and from the capital to the south. Economic integration creates interdependence. Regions need each other. The empire is not just political but economic. Trade binds. Connection strengthens. Cultural exchange enriches all. Eastern influences reach westward. Western ideas travel eastward. The empire is a crossroads. Cultures meet, mix, and create new forms. Purity is impossible. Hybrid vigour results. Cultures blend. Richness increases. Art patronage ensures legacy. Emperors commission buildings, paintings, and music. These works outlive their creators. A palace built by one emperor houses his great-grandson. Art transcends mortality. Beauty endures. Creation immortalizes. Charity demonstrates virtue. The emperor, as father to his people, must show mercy. Alms are distributed. Hospitals are funded. Orphanages are established. Charity is both a religious duty and political wisdom, giving benefits to giver and receiver. Mercy strengthens. Justice must be seen. Courts operate publicly. Decisions are explained. Arbitrary power is limited by legal process. Justice legitimizes rule. Fairness creates loyalty. Law binds even the powerful. Rules apply. Justice prevails. Education expands slowly but surely. Each generation is slightly more literate than the last. Knowledge spreads. The empire becomes more sophisticated. Literacy enables participation. Education empowers. Minds develop. capacity grows, infrastructure improves incrementally. A bridge here, a road there. Over decades, the accumulation is significant. Travel becomes easier. Trade increases. Improvement is gradual but real. Progress happens. Connection improves. The church and state support each other. Religious authority reinforces political authority. Political protection enables religious missions. The partnership is ancient, stable, and mutually beneficial. Faith and power intertwine. Both strengthen. Festivals unite communities. Everyone celebrates together. Class distinctions blur temporarily. Shared joy creates shared identity. Festivals are social glue. Communities bond. Unity is felt. And so the dynasty continues year after year through routine and ritual, through births and deaths and marriages, through seasons and ceremonies and the steady passage of uncounted ordinary days. Stability is achieved not through force, but through the simple practice of doing again what was done before. Repetition comforts. Order reassures. The empire is not perfect. Mistakes are made. Injustices occur. But the system persists because it is larger than any individual failure. Problems are addressed within existing frameworks. Reform is possible without revolution. The system bends but does not break. Flexibility preserves. Adaptation continues. 300 years is an immense span. Many families rise and fall in that time. The Romanovs endure. Their secret is not brilliance but consistency. They do the same things, the same ways, year after year. Boring? Perhaps. Effective? Undeniably. Consistency succeeds. You rest now in the knowledge that for 300 years this pattern held. Lamps were lit, meals were served, children were raised, seasons turned. The Romanovs moved through their days according to ancient rhythms, finding security in repetition and strength in continuity. Empires rise and empires fall, but for centuries this one simply continued, day by ordinary day, sustained by the quiet work of countless hands following paths worn smooth by time. Let that long, steady rhythm carry you into your own peaceful rest, knowing that some things endure simply by repeating, simply by being what they have always been, morning after morning, evening after evening, in an unbroken chain of ordinary days that together became history. Welcome to a time long before writing, before cities, before the named ages of history. You're stepping into a world shaped by sunlight and seasons, where routines are older than memory, and the land itself is your calendar. Here, in these quiet millennia, daily life unfolds in patterns so familiar they feel like breathing. You wake as light filters through the shelter opening. The air is cool but softening. Others are already stirring, adjusting coverings, and checking baskets from yesterday. No one announces plans. Everyone already knows what the day requires. You reach for your gathering bag, woven from plant fibres, your hands know intimately. The weight of it across your shoulder feels correct. Your feet understand the path before you choose it. This route has been walked for generations, worn smooth by countless footsteps moving toward the same resources. The ground tells you what season this is. Certain plants have vanished. Others are everywhere. You do not need to search for what grows where. Your memory holds maps more detailed than any drawing could capture. That cluster of roots near the flat stone, those berry bushes past the fallen tree, the nut trees on the slope where morning sun arrives first. You walk with two others, sometimes three, occasionally alone, though rarely. Gathering is companionable work. You move at the same pace, pausing when someone pauses, bending when someone bends. Conversation happens in comfortable stretches and silences. No one feels obligated to fill every moment with words. The first stop is a patch of greens you've harvested from since childhood. Your hands move through the leaves, selecting without conscious thought. Too young, too tough, too damaged. Your fingers find the right ones automatically. You learned this by watching others, by trying, and by correcting yourself season after season until it became instinct. Everything you gather serves multiple purposes. These leaves can be eaten now or dried for later. The stems can be twisted into cordage. Nothing is only one thing. Your basket fills slowly, steadily, with a mixture determined by availability and familiarity rather than preference. You cross a stream at the shallow place. The stones beneath the water are positioned just so, placed by hands or revealed by current. Either way, they have been there longer than you have been alive. The crossing is routine. Your feet know where to step without looking down. Past the stream, the landscape shifts. Different plants grow here. Different materials can be found. You adjust your attention accordingly. This is birch bark territory. This is where clay deposits appear after rain. This is where certain medicinal plants cluster near damp ground. Time moves differently during gathering. You do not count hours. You notice light instead. The sun reaches a certain angle. Shadows fall a certain way. Your body recognizes these markers without naming them. When your basket feels heavy enough, when the light suggests midday approaching, you turn back. The return journey follows the same path. Your feet find the stream crossing without hesitation. You pause where you always pause, at a spot where the view opens and you can see the smoke from campfires rising in the distance. This pause is not necessary, but it is customary. A moment to shift the basket's weight, to look toward home, to let your mind settle into the transition from gathering mode to returning mode. Others are arriving from different directions. Someone brings fish caught in the shallows. Someone else carries an armload of woody stems for basket repairs. A few children trail behind their adults, holding smaller versions of everything. Their gathering bags are lighter, but they are learning the routes, the timing, and the plants. You set your basket down in the usual spot. The contents will be sorted communally. What you gathered is not solely yours. What others gathered is not solely theirs. Everything becomes a shared resource, distributed according to need and custom rather than individual claim. Some of the greens will be eaten today. Some will be spread on flat stones to dry in the sun. The process requires no discussion. Everyone knows what happens next. Your hands join others in the sorting, the spreading, and the gentle handling of what the land has provided. Gathering happens every day that weather permits. Some days yield abundance. Some days yield less. Neither causes alarm. The rhythms of availability are deeply understood. Scarcity in one area means abundance in another. Scarcity this month means abundance next month. The land cycles through its offerings, and you cycle through the land. Your knowledge of plants extends beyond food. You recognize which leaves soothe skin irritation, which roots settle stomach discomfort, which bark can be chewed to ease minor pain. This knowledge lives in your hands and memory rather than in words. You learned it the same way you learned everything else, through observation and repetition. Gathering is not dramatic work. It does not provide stories of narrow escapes or sudden discoveries. It is quiet, steady, and deeply familiar. Your body moves through it with the ease of long practice. Your mind wanders sometimes, returns sometimes, and needs no particular focus to accomplish what needs accomplishing. The landscape you move through is not wilderness to you. It is home with the specificity of long acquaintance. Every landmark means something. That boulder marks the boundary between two types of terrain. That distinctive tree indicates the turn-off to the clay deposits. That rise in the land means you're halfway between camp and the far gathering grounds. You return to these places again and again across years. Seasons change what grows, but the land itself remains steady. The same rocks, the same water sources, the same routes worn smooth by footsteps. This repetition creates a deep sense of security. You are never lost because everywhere is known. Children learn gathering by being present. No one teaches in the formal sense. Instead, children watch, imitate, try, and adjust. They pick the wrong plant sometimes, their baskets remain light. Gradually, over years, their hands learn what your hands know. The knowledge transfers through proximity and time rather than instruction. As the sun moves past midday, gathering slows. People drift back to camp in loose clusters. The work is not finished in the sense of completion. It simply pauses until tomorrow, when it will resume exactly as it has today, as it did yesterday, and as it will continue for as long as seasons turn and plants grow and hands remember what to gather. In the afternoon, you settle into work that requires less movement and more patience. Your hands are already reaching for the basket that needs attention. Its rim has loosened. The weaving has gaps where it should be tight. This happens regularly. Everything made eventually needs remaking. You sit on the ground in a spot where light falls well. Others sit nearby, each focused on their own repairs. Someone is smoothing a wooden digging tool. Someone else is reworking cordage that is frayed. The atmosphere is quietly industrious. People work steadily without hurry. Repairing a basket means understanding how it was made. Your fingers trace the weaving pattern, reading it like language. Over, under, around, through. The pattern has been the same for longer than memory. You learned it by watching your mother's hands, just as she learned by watching her mother's hands. The knowledge lives in muscle memory now. You separate the damaged fibres carefully. Nothing is discarded that can be saved. Even worn pieces might be useful elsewhere. Waste is not a concept that exists here. Everything serves until it truly cannot serve anymore, and even then its materials often become something else. New fibres have been soaking in water since morning. They need to be pliable. Your hands test their flexibility, knowing exactly how much give the material should have. Too dry and it will crack. Too wet and it will stretch incorrectly. The proper stage is something you recognise by feel. Reweaving requires complete attention but not tense concentration. Your hands know what to do. They have done this many times. The work becomes meditative. Over, under, around, through. The rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands continue accurately. Nearby, someone is working on a hide, scraping it smooth with a stone tool. The sound is steady and repetitive. Scraping hides takes hours, sometimes days, depending on size and thickness. No one works on it continuously. Instead, people work in shifts, picking it up when their hands need a break from other tasks and setting it down when their arms tire. Another person is repairing a garment. A seam has split. The original sinew stitching has worn through. They're using an awl made from bone, creating new holes, threading new sinew, and pulling everything snug. The repair will be visible if you look closely, but visibility does not matter. Function matters. Clothes are not replaced often. Making new garments requires substantial time and materials. Instead, everything is repaired, adjusted, repaired again, passed to someone else, and repaired once more. A single hide garment might be worn by 3 different people across many years, accumulating patches and alterations that tell its history. You finish the basket rim and begin tightening the body weave. Your fingers work systematically, section by section, finding loose spots and correcting them. This is satisfying work. You can see improvement as you progress. The basket becomes sturdy again, trustworthy again, and ready for tomorrow's gathering. Tools receive similar attention. Digging sticks wear down and must be resharpened or replaced. Grinding stones develop grooves from use and need resurfacing. Scrapers become dull and require edge renewal. Everything wears. Everything needs maintenance. The maintenance is not viewed as an interruption. It is simply part of us. Making and repairing exist on the same continuum. You do not make something expecting it to last forever unchanged. You make something expecting to care for it, adjust it, and eventually remake it. Some repairs happen immediately when damage occurs. Others accumulate until you have time. There is always a pile of items awaiting attention. No one feels behind or anxious about this pile. It represents ongoing life rather than incomplete tasks. As long as people use objects, objects will need repair. Children participate according to ability. Young ones hold materials steady. Slightly older ones practice simple weaving on their own small projects. They make mistakes frequently. The mistakes are gently corrected or left to be discovered through use. Learning happens through doing rather than through extensive verbal instruction. You watch a child working on cordage, twisting fibres together. The twist is inconsistent. Some sections are too loose, some too tight. You do not point this out immediately. Instead, you work on your own cordage nearby, your hands moving in the correct rhythm where the child can observe. After a while, the child's hands begin adjusting naturally, finding better rhythm. Materials for making and repairing are gathered continuously. You cannot collect plant fibres only when you need plant fibres. Instead, you collect them when they are available, process them when there is time, and store them for eventual use. This requires thinking ahead across seasons, remembering what will be needed when. Storage itself requires maintenance. Dried materials must stay dry. Certain items need to be kept away from certain other items. Stone tools are organised by use. Plant materials are organised by type. Everything has a place, not because of rigid rules, but because efficiency emerges naturally from repetition. As afternoon stretches toward evening, the pace of repair work does not change. There is no hurry. These tasks will either be completed today or continue tomorrow. Stopping midway through a repair is perfectly normal. You set the basket aside when your hands tell you they have worked enough. Someone else might pick it up later, or you might return to it tomorrow. The work creates a rhythm that structures the day. Gathering happens in the morning when energy is higher and light is better. Repair work happens in the afternoon when sitting feels natural and detail work suits the softer light. This pattern is not scheduled. It simply emerges from the natural flow of energy and need. People develop specialties through preference and aptitude. Someone has particularly skilled hands for fine weaving. Someone else has strength well suited for hide scraping. But specialization is never absolute. Everyone can do most things adequately. Specialization is about what you do most often, not what you do exclusively. You finish tightening the basket and test its strength. Your hands pull at the rim, checking for weak spots. Finding none, you set it with the other completed items. Tomorrow it will return to gathering duty. Eventually it will need repair again. This cycle is comforting in its predictability. Making and repairing create continuity between past and future. The basket you repair today was made by hand using techniques passed down across generations. The repairs you make will extend its usefulness into future seasons. You're a link in an unbroken chain of making, maintaining and remaking. Children are always nearby, not watched in the sense of careful monitoring, but present in the sense of natural inclusion. A toddler sits next to someone grinding seeds, reaching occasionally to touch the smooth stone. An older child carries water in a small container practicing balance. No single person is designated as a childminder. Instead, everyone participates. Whoever is nearest responds to needs. Whoever has free hands picks up a fussy infant. This distribution of care means children interact with many adults throughout each day, learning different styles of attention and comfort. An infant cries and is passed to someone whose lap is available. That person settles the infant against their chest, rocking slightly while continuing to work on cordage with one hand. The infant quiets, not necessarily because of anything specific, but because being held is familiar and holding while working is normal. Young children move freely between adults. They lean against someone, then move to someone else, then return to the first person. No one shoos them away unless their hands are occupied with something genuinely dangerous. Otherwise, children draped across laps or pressed against sides are simply part of the environment. Older children watch younger ones, but not as a formal assignment. They play nearby, and their play naturally includes the smaller children. When a toddler wanders toward the fire, an older child redirects them gently. When a young one falls, whoever is closest helps them up. Care happens through proximity rather than designation. Nursing happens whenever an infant shows hunger. The mother pauses whatever she's doing, settles the infant to breast, and often continues her task one-handed or simply rests. Other people work around her. No one comments. Feeding is as ordinary as breathing. Multiple infants might be nursing simultaneously as different mothers sit near each other, talking quietly while their babies feed. Sometimes a mother nurses someone else's infant if that child is fussy and their own mother is occupied. Milk is a shared resource like everything else. Children learn by watching. They observe hide scraping and eventually pick up a scraper. They watch basket weaving and begin playing with fibres. Their early attempts are clumsy and usually unsuccessful. No one corrects them unless they are about to hurt themselves. Instead, they keep trying, their hands slowly learning what they have observed. A small child shadows you during gathering, carrying their own tiny basket. They pick random plants, not yet discriminating between useful and useless. You let them pick. Occasionally you show them something specific, not through words but by picking it yourself, examining it, and placing it deliberately in your basket. They notice. Sometimes they imitate, sometimes they do not. Either is acceptable. Children's work gradually becomes real work. A 6-year-old carries water that adults actually use. An 8-year-old weaves cordage that actually holds things. A 10-year-old gathers plants that actually feed people. There is no ceremony marking these transitions. Capability emerges through practice, and practice is simply what children do while being present. Discipline is gentle and infrequent. Most boundaries are maintained through redirection rather than scolding. A child reaching for something sharp is handed something else to hold. A child running too close to the fire is quietly moved farther away. Serious misbehaviour is rare, perhaps because children are so consistently included that they have little reason to seek attention through disruption. When correction is necessary, it comes from whoever witnesses the behaviour rather than waiting for a parent. This means children learn that expectations are communal rather than individual. Every adult has some authority. Every adult also has some responsibility to guide. Older children mind younger ones during camp moves. A 12-year-old might carry a toddler on their hip, while adults carry heavier loads. The older child is not burdened. This is simply what older children do. They remember being carried themselves, and they will eventually watch their own children be carried by the next generation of older children. Play happens constantly, but is rarely separate from work. Children play at grinding seeds while seated next to adults who are actually grinding seeds. They play at hunting with small sticks while adults prepare real hunting tools. Play is practice, and practice is play. The boundary between the two is barely visible. Children are rarely bored. There is always something to watch, something to try, and someone to follow. The richness of daily life provides constant engagement. They do not need organised activities because unorganised life is already full. Crying children are comforted, but not with urgency or alarm. Someone picks them up, checks for obvious problems, offers breast milk or water, or simply holds them. If the crying continues, they are passed to someone else. Eventually the child settles. Sometimes crying has a clear cause, sometimes it does not. Either way, the response is calm presence rather than anxious fixing. Children sleep when they are tired. Sometimes this happens at odd times. A child might curl up in afternoon sunlight while others continue working around them. No one moves them to a specific sleeping area unless evening has arrived. Sleep is allowed to happen naturally rather than being scheduled. Nighttime care is distributed just like daytime care. When an infant wakes, whoever is sleeping nearest responds. Sometimes this is the mother. Sometimes it is someone else. The infant is nursed or rocked or simply held until sleep returns. Then that person settles back into their own sleep. As children grow older, they begin taking on caregiving themselves. A 5-year-old might hand a toy to a fussy toddler. A 7-year-old might fetch water for a tired younger child. These actions are not praised extensively. They are simply noticed and appreciated as part of what people do for each other. Children learn emotional regulation through observation. They see adults remain calm during small frustrations. They watch people share limited resources without conflict. They notice how disagreements are resolved through quiet discussion rather than raised voices. These patterns become their own patterns. The result is children who are deeply integrated into daily life, rather than separated into a child world. They know what adults do because they watch adults doing it. They learn what adults know because they absorb it through constant proximity. Teaching happens continuously without being called teaching. Rest is not earned. It is not a reward for work completed. It simply arrives throughout the day, a natural punctuation between activities. You sit when sitting feels right. You stand when standing becomes more comfortable than sitting. Midday often brings a collective pause. The sun is high and hot. Energy naturally dips. People drift toward shade and settle there. Some close their eyes. Some simply stare at nothing in particular. No one apologizes for resting or explains why they need it. You lower yourself to the ground and lean against a convenient rock. Your body relaxes section by section. Shoulders drop. Jaw loosens. Hands unfold from whatever shape work had required. This unwinding happens automatically when you stop moving. Others rest nearby. Someone is lying flat on their back, eyes closed, breathing deeply. Someone else sits with knees drawn up, chin resting on folded arms. A few people talk quietly, their voices soft and unhurried. The content of conversation does not matter much. The companionship is what matters. Children rest too, though their rest looks different. They sprawl in heaps, limbs tangled together, still touching even in sleep. Occasionally one wakes, blinks, shifts position, and returns to dozing. They seem to drop into sleep and emerge from it with equal ease. Rest during the day feels different from sleep at night. It is lighter, briefer, and less complete. You remain partly aware of your surroundings. If something required your attention, you would notice. But nothing requires your attention, so you float in the pleasant space between waking and sleeping. Time passes unmeasured. You do not know if you've been resting for moments or much longer. It does not matter. When your body feels ready to resume activity, you will move. Until then, you remain still. The shade you sit in shifts gradually as the sun moves. Eventually the warmth finds you again. That warmth is part of what prompts you back into motion. Not uncomfortably hot, but warm enough to make sitting less appealing than standing. You rise slowly. No sudden movements. Your body needs time to transition from rest to activity. Others are also stirring, stretching, and looking around as if remembering where they are. No one rushes this process. Evening brings another rest rhythm. After the main meal, after food preparation is complete, people settle around the fire. This is not sleeping, but a quieter version of waking. Postures soften, movements become minimal, conversation continues but grows simpler and more repetitive. You sit with your back against someone else. This is comfortable for both of you. Their breathing is steady behind you. Your breathing matches theirs without conscious effort. Paired breathing happens automatically when people rest together. The fire is hypnotic. Flames move in patterns that your eyes follow without purpose. You're not thinking about the fire or analysing its behaviour. You're simply watching because watching is restful. Someone is working on a small repair nearby, but slowly, with long pauses between actions. Their hands move, then stop. Move, then stop. The work provides something to do with hands that want gentle activity without providing enough challenge to interrupt the restful mood. Children are quieter now, but not necessarily asleep. They sit close to adults, leaning heavily, their eyes half closed. Some are still playing, but their play has slowed to a drowsy version of daytime energy. They push small objects around, building and unbuilding tiny arrangements. Rest is permitted to last as long as it lasts. There is no pressure to resume activity. Work that remains undone will still be there tomorrow. This moment is for sitting, for warm proximity, for thoughts that drift rather than focus. Sometimes rest includes drowsing while sitting upright. Your eyes close, your head might nod forward and then jerk back. This half-sleep is perfectly acceptable. No one minds, no one wakes you unless something genuinely needs your attention. The transition from evening rest to nighttime sleep is gradual and blurry. At some point, you realise you're more asleep than awake. You shift into a lying position without fully waking. Someone pulls a hide over you, or perhaps you do it yourself. Either way, the action is automatic. Rest happens in layers throughout each day. Brief pauses during work, longer midday settling, extended evening unwinding. These layers create a rhythm that prevents exhaustion. You never push beyond tired because rest arrives before you reach that point. Physical comfort during rest is simple and sufficient. The ground is familiar beneath you. The air temperature is manageable. You have something to lean against and something to cover yourself with. These basics are enough. No one rests in isolation unless they choose to. Even when resting apart from the main group, you remain within sight and sound. Solitude is possible, but not the default. Proximity is comforting. The presence of others creates security that allows deeper rest. When you wake from rest, whether brief or extended, you wake without agenda. There is no list of tasks waiting. There is simply the next thing, whatever that might be. Perhaps gathering, perhaps repair work, perhaps more rest. The day unfolds according to need and energy rather than plan. Food preparation begins with sorting what has been gathered. Plant materials spread across a flat area. Hands move through them, grouping by type. Leaves here, roots there, seeds in a separate pile. The sorting requires no discussion. Everyone knows what goes where. You sit near the sorting area and begin processing greens. Some leaves need stems removed, some need washing in the stream. Your hands work steadily, accumulating a pile of prepared leaves that someone else will eventually collect. Nearby, someone is grinding seeds between two stones. The grinding creates a rhythmic sound, stones sliding against stone in repeated strokes. The motion looks simple but requires specific pressure and angle. Too much force cracks the stones. Too little leaves seeds, only partially ground. Another person is digging a pit in the earth near the fire. This pit will hold food for slow cooking, packed with hot stones and covered with leaves and dirt. The method is ancient and reliable. Food cooked this way becomes tender without constant attention. You move from greens to root vegetables. These need scraping rather than washing. Your scraping tool is a flat stone with a sharp edge, worn smooth from use. The motion is repetitive and soothing. Scrape, turn, scrape, turn. The pile of cleaned roots grows slowly. Children help according to their ability. A young one carries cleaned items from your pile to the cooking area. Their trips are frequent because they can only carry a small amount each time. This does not frustrate anyone. The help is useful even if inefficient. Food preparation is communal but not coordinated. Everyone works on whichever task needs doing. When something is finished, you move to something else. When you grow tired of one motion, you switch to a different task that uses different muscles. Someone is tending the fire, adding wood to maintain steady heat. Fire tending is continuous work during food preparation. Too hot and food burns. Too cool and food remains raw. The person tending has done this countless times and reads the fire automatically. Water is carried from the stream in multiple trips. Some water is for drinking, some for washing, some for cooking. The carrying happens throughout the afternoon, whenever someone is walking toward the stream anyway. No single person makes all the trips. Instead, everyone brings water when they pass by. You begin wrapping certain items in leaves for cooking. The wrapping technique protects delicate food from direct heat while allowing steam to cook it thoroughly. Your hands know exactly how much leaf to use, how tightly to wrap, and how to secure the bundle with plant fibre. Fish brought back earlier are being cleaned. This happens away from the main preparation area. The person cleaning works efficiently, separating edible parts from waste. The waste will be carried away from camp later. Nothing is left to attract unwanted attention. Herbs and flavouring plants are added to some preparations. Not everything receives this treatment. Some food is eaten plain. The additions are subtle, enhancing rather than dominating. You have learned which plants pair well with which foods through years of tasting and adjusting. As pieces are prepared, they begin collecting near the fire. Someone is organising them into rough groups. Food that cooks quickly goes in one spot. Food requiring longer cooking goes elsewhere. This organisation happens naturally through experience rather than explicit planning. The pit is ready and lined with hot stones. Food is layered in carefully. Denser items go on the bottom, lighter items on top. Leaves cover everything. Dirt seals the pit. The food will cook slowly for several hours while everyone continues other activities. Other items cook more directly. Flat stones heated in the fire become cooking surfaces. You place thin slices of root vegetables on a hot stone and watch them cook rapidly. The slices need turning once. Timing is judged by appearance and smell rather than measurement. Some food is eaten without cooking. Fresh greens are divided and passed around. People eat while continuing to work. The greens provide immediate energy without waiting for cooked food to be ready. The main meal will happen later when the pit is opened. Until then, people nibble on whatever is available. A handful of nuts, some dried fruit, leftover items from yesterday. Eating happens gradually throughout the afternoon. You move to help with liquid preparation. Certain leaves steeped in hot water create a warm drink. The drink is not sweet or strongly flavoured. It is simply warm and slightly bitter, pleasant on the throat. Someone is carefully dropping heated stones into a bark container of water, bringing it to a simmer. The leaves go in once the water is hot enough. They need time to release their essence. You watch the water change colour slightly, from clear to faintly brown. The smell is subtle and earthy. When the drink is ready, it will be shared among everyone present. Food preparation creates a different atmosphere than other work. There is anticipation built into it. You're making something that will soon be consumed. The work leads to immediate satisfaction, rather than creating objects that will be used repeatedly over time. Children are particularly interested in food preparation. They watch closely, sometimes reaching to touch what you are working on. You let them handle safe items. They copy your motions with their own small pieces of food. Their preparations are clumsy but genuine. As the afternoon lengthens, the pace of preparation slows. Most work is complete. Now it is mainly a matter of waiting for cooking to finish. People remain near the fire, tending it occasionally, but mostly just present while the food transforms from raw to ready. The opening of the cooking pit is a collective moment. Someone pulls back the dirt and leaves, releasing steam and a rich smell. The food inside is tender and thoroughly cooked. People gather closer, drawn by the scent and the promise of shared eating. Food is removed from the pit carefully to avoid burns. It is divided onto flat surfaces for distribution. The division is not mathematical. Some people receive more because they are larger or hungrier. Some receive less because they are smaller or already satisfied by earlier nibbling. The distribution feels fair through custom rather than measurement. You eat sitting down, using your fingers, and occasionally a flat piece of wood as a scoop. The eating is not rushed. You chew thoroughly and rest between bites. Conversation happens around eating rather than during it. People's attention is on the food and the warmth and the satisfaction of hunger becoming fullness. Cleanup begins while some people are still eating. Someone carries scraps away from the immediate area. Someone else rinses sticky items in the stream. The cleanup is minimal because the preparation was simple. There are no complex dishes or elaborate tools to wash. As eating winds down, people disperse gradually. Some return to repair work. Some settle into evening rest. Some tend to children who have grown drowsy after their meal. The transition from eating to other activities is smooth and unhurried. Food preparation and eating have structured this portion of the day. The work provided focus. The meal provided satisfaction. Now, With both complete, the evening can unfold into quieter rhythms. As light fades, the fire becomes central. Not for warmth alone, though warmth matters. The fire is a focal point, a reason for people to gather, and a source of gentle activity that does not demand much energy. You settle near the fire, but not too close. The heat is pleasant at this distance. Closer would be uncomfortable, farther would lose the benefit. Everyone finds their preferred distance naturally through small adjustments. The fire has been burning since morning, tended continuously but without fuss. Now, in the evening, it receives more attention. Someone adds wood deliberately, placing pieces to create steady heat rather than dramatic flames. The goal is duration rather than spectacle. Others arrange themselves around the fire in a loose circle. Some sit directly on the ground. Some use hides or woven mats for slight cushioning. A few lean against rocks or logs that have become familiar seating over time. The arrangement is casual but stable. People return to the same spots evening after evening. Children are still awake but moving slower. They stay close to adults, sometimes sitting between knees, sometimes sprawling across laps. Their play continues but has become quieter. They push small objects around in the dirt, creating temporary patterns they will abandon before sleep. You hold your hands toward the fire, feeling the heat on your palms. The sensation is pleasant and slightly hypnotic. Your eyes follow the flames without really seeing them. This is the kind of watching that requires no thought. Someone is working on a small task, something that can be done with minimal light. They are not hurrying. Their hands move occasionally, then pause while they stare into the fire. The pauses grow longer as evening deepens. Eventually the work will be set aside entirely. The smoke rises steadily, creating a column that disperses into darkness above. The smell is woody and familiar. The smoke smell is so constant that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply what air smells like here. Sounds from beyond the fire are muted. The darkness holds the day's sounds at a distance. You can hear small rustlings, occasional bird calls settling into night, and the whisper of wind through grasses. These sounds are a backdrop rather than an interruption. Conversation around the fire is sporadic. Someone comments on tomorrow's weather. Someone else mentions a tool that needs repair. The comments do not build into extended discussion. They are simply thoughts spoken aloud, acknowledged with nods or brief responses. A child asks a question about something they saw during the day. An adult answers simply. The explanation is brief and factual. There is no elaboration beyond what the child actually asked. Explanations here are direct rather than expanded. Someone begins a quiet song. Not performance singing, but the kind of singing that happens without self-consciousness. Others join gradually, their voices blending without effort. The song has no clear beginning or end. It continues until it stops, whenever that happens to be. You're not singing, but you listen. The melody is ancient and simple. Everyone knows it. The words, if there are words, are more sound than meaning. The song is another form of fire watching, something to do that requires no particular focus. A baby fusses and is lifted to a shoulder. The person holding them sways slightly while remaining seated. The motion is minimal but effective. The baby quiets and returns to dozing, head heavy against the holder's chest. The fire burns lower. Someone adds more wood. The action is automatic, noticed but unremarkable. The fire will continue through most of the night, kept alive with periodic additions, but allowed to diminish to coals by morning. As darkness deepens, people begin shifting into sleeping positions. Some move away from the fire to their usual sleeping spots. Others remain where they are, simply lying down and pulling hides over themselves. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. Children are already mostly asleep. They are moved gently, carried, or guided to sleeping areas. Some protest mildly but settle quickly. Their resistance is minimal, more reflex than genuine objection. You remain by the fire a while longer. Your body is not quite ready for sleep. You're comfortable in this in-between state, too relaxed for activity, but not yet drowsy enough for lying down. The fire makes small sounds as it burns. Wood pops occasionally. Flames whisper. These sounds are comforting in their regularity. The fire is almost alive in its constancy, always present, always requiring some attention but never demanding. Around the fire, people are mostly still now. Breathing has slowed and deepened. Someone shifts position, pulling their covering more securely. Someone else is still sitting upright, but with eyes closed, head nodding forward, then jerking back in the rhythm of near sleep. You finally lie down, adjusting your position until comfort finds you. The ground beneath is familiar. Your body knows how to arrange itself on this surface. A hide covers you, heavy enough to feel secure, but not so heavy as to be oppressive. The fire is still visible from where you lie. You watch the flames through half-closed eyes. They move in patterns that are never quite the same, but always similar. Your mind follows the patterns without analysing them. Sleep begins to arrive in waves. You notice yourself drifting, then pulling back slightly, then drifting again. This gentle oscillation continues for some time. There is no moment when you can say you are definitively asleep. Instead, you gradually become more asleep than awake. The last thing you are aware of is warmth. Warmth from the fire. Warmth from the hide. Warmth from bodies sleeping nearby. The warmth is complete and encompassing. It is the feeling of security, of being exactly where you belong, of another day reaching its natural conclusion. Night does not mean complete sleep. You wake periodically, briefly aware of darkness and the continued presence of the fire now reduced to glowing coals. Someone is tending it quietly, adding small pieces of wood. The motion is practiced and nearly silent. You drift back towards sleep without fully waking. This shallow waking is normal. No one sleeps continuously through the entire night. Instead, sleep comes in layers, deep stretches broken by brief surfacings. An infant cries somewhere in the darkness. The sound is not alarming, just a signal of need. You hear someone moving, the soft rustle of hides being pushed aside. Quiet murmuring as the infant is lifted and settled to breast. The crying stops. The night resumes its quiet. You're aware of other wakings around you. Someone rises to urinate outside the immediate sleeping area. Their movements are careful and quiet, trying not to disturb others. They return shortly and resettle themselves. A child whimpers softly. You're not the closest person, so you remain still. Someone nearer reaches out, placing a hand on the child's back. The whimpering subsides. The child shifts closer to the comforting hand and returns to deeper sleep. The night is not silent. Small sounds continue. Wind moving through nearby vegetation. The occasional crack of a burning log settling in the fire. Breathing all around you, a collective rhythm of people sleeping. You become aware of cold on your shoulder, where your hide has shifted. Still mostly asleep, you adjust the covering without opening your eyes. Your hands know where the hide is and how to pull it back into place. The cold recedes and you sink back into sleep. Time during the night is unmeasured and elastic. You have no idea if you have been asleep for a short while, or many hours. The darkness gives no indication. You wake, notice the darkness, and return to sleep. This cycle repeats several times. At some point you wake more fully, needing to move. Your body is stiff from lying in one position. You shift carefully, trying not to disturb the person sleeping pressed against your back. They murmur but do not wake. You find a new position and wait for sleep to return. The fire needs tending again. You're awake enough to notice this. Someone else notices too and rises to add wood. The flames increase slightly, sending flickering light across sleeping forms. Faces are peaceful and slack in sleep, unguarded and soft. A child wakes and calls out quietly, not distressed but seeking reassurance. Someone responds with a low voice, confirming presence. The child settles without needing to be held. Simply knowing someone is awake and aware is sufficient. You notice the stars are visible through gaps in the shelter structure. They are bright and numerous, scattered across the darkness above. You watch them briefly, not thinking about what they are or what they mean. They are simply there, constant points of light in the moving darkness. Another infant wakes and needs feeding. This time it is you who is nearest. You reach for the infant in the darkness, guided by sound rather than sight. Your hands know the shape and weight of an infant. You settle them against you, and they latch quickly, nursing with quiet urgency. The nursing is peaceful. You remain in a half-dozing state while the infant feeds. Your body knows how to sustain this activity while your mind rests. When the infant finishes and becomes heavy with sleep, you shift them gently back to where they were sleeping. Night care is never urgent or frantic. Needs are met calmly. Crying is comforted without alarm. Everyone understands that night wakings are part of the rhythm. No one expects unbroken sleep. The expectation is simply that needs will be noticed and answered. As the night progresses, the intervals of deep sleep grow longer. The brief wakings become less frequent. Your body has adjusted to a more restful state. The initial frequent position changes settle into longer periods of stillness. Eventually you notice the darkness changing. Not lighter yet, but less complete. The quality of blackness shifts towards something that will become dawn. This change is subtle and gradual. You notice it more through a feeling than through anything visible. Birds begin calling before true light arrives. Their song starts singly, one voice, then another answering. Soon the calls overlap and multiply. This bird chorus is as reliable as any timekeeper. When it begins, dawn is approaching. You do not rise immediately when you wake to birdsong. You lie still, listening, letting your body complete its transition from sleep to waking. Around you, others are doing the same. Some are still deeply asleep. Some are awake but resting quietly. Some are beginning to stir and stretch. A child wakes and immediately starts talking, their voice loud in the quiet morning. Someone shushes them gently, not scolding but simply indicating that quiet is still preferred. The child complies, their voice dropping to a whisper as they continue whatever thought they were expressing. The fire is very low now, mostly coals. Someone is building it up for the day, adding kindling first, then larger pieces as the flame catches. The fire's revival signals the true beginning of the day. Once it is burning well, people will rise and begin their routines. You push your hide aside and sit up slowly. Your body is stiff from sleeping on the ground. You stretch carefully, working out the tightness in your back and shoulders. Others are doing the same, moving through their personal waking rituals. The night has passed in its usual way, broken but restful, punctuated by small needs met with calm responses. Now, as light begins to filter into the world, the day is ready to begin again. The sun rises again, as it always does. The patterns begin anew, gathering, making, caring, resting, eating, tending, sleeping. These rhythms have no origin you could name. They existed before you and will exist after you. You are taught these patterns by watching the people who came before. You are teaching them now to the people who come after. The teaching is not formal, it is simply presence, simply the living of days in established ways. Nothing is written down. There are no records or instructions. Knowledge lives in hands and bodies and the shared memory of the group. What needs to be known is known through doing, through repetition, and through the accumulated experience of countless days. The tools you use were shaped using techniques older than language. The foods you prepare have been prepared this same way for longer than counting allows. The routes you walk were established by people whose names are completely forgotten. This deep history is invisible in daily life. You do not think about the age of your practices. You simply practice them. The continuity is unconscious, maintained through habit rather than intention. Children growing up here will know what you know, not because you will sit them down and explain, but because they will live alongside you, watching and trying and gradually becoming capable. Their children will learn the same way. The chain remains unbroken through proximity and time. The landscape itself holds memory. This gathering ground has been used for generations. The paths are worn deep, not by any individual footfall, but by the accumulation of all footfalls across time. You walk where countless others walked before, though you never knew them. Certain places have stories, though the stories are simple. This is where the fish are always plentiful. This is where good clay can be found. This is where storms are easier to shelter from. The stories are practical knowledge disguised as narrative. You do not wonder about the future. The future will be similar to now. Seasons will cycle. Plants will grow and be gathered. Children will be born and raised. People will work and rest and care for each other. This continuity is so reliable it requires no contemplation. Change happens but slowly. So slowly as to be nearly invisible. A slightly different technique for basket weaving. A new food source was discovered and incorporated. Small adjustments accumulate across generations but never disrupt the fundamental patterns. You are simultaneously insignificant and essential. Insignificant because you are one person in an endless chain. Your individual life a brief moment in a much longer story. Essential because the chain depends on each link. Without you, the knowledge you carry would not pass forward. The work you do today will need doing again tomorrow. This could feel futile, but does not. The repetition is the point. Each day's gathering feeds today's people. Each day's repairs maintain today's tools. The work is complete in itself, not building towards some distant goal. You experience satisfaction in the immediate and the tangible. A basket successfully repaired. A child soothed to sleep, a meal shared. These small completions are what life is made of. There is no larger narrative required. Evening arrives again. You return to the fire. The flames are as hypnotic as always. People settle around you in familiar positions. Children lean heavily, their eyes already closing. The day ends as days end, quietly and without ceremony. You lie down in your usual place. The hide covers you. The ground beneath is known and comfortable. Your body arranges itself automatically. Sleep begins its gentle approach. Tomorrow will bring gathering again. The same plants in the same places, changed only by season. Your hands will move through familiar motions. Your feet will walk familiar paths. This repetition is not a burden. It is structure. It is security. It is the deep continuity that connects you to all who came before and all who will come after. The story has no ending, because it is not a story in the traditional sense. It is simply life, continuing as it has continued, one day following another in patterns worn smooth by time. The fire burns low. Breathing around you deepens into sleep. The night settles over everything, warm and dark and safe. You're exactly where you have always been. You're doing exactly what has always been done. In this deep sameness, there is profound peace. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. The day releases you into sleep. Tomorrow, when light returns, you will wake and begin again. The cycles will continue. The patterns will hold. The quiet continuity will remain unbroken, carrying forward into a future that looks remarkably like the past, which looks remarkably like now. And in that endless, gentle repetition, humanity has always found its rhythm, its meaning, and its rest. Imagine standing on a rocky shore somewhere in 9th century Scandinavia, watching the morning mist roll off the water like breath from some sleeping giant. The air smells of salt and pine resin, smoke from cooking fires, and the earthy scent of sheep wool being carded for spinning. This is a world where every natural phenomenon has a story, every storm a personality, every sunrise a small victory of light over chaos. In this northern realm, the gods were not distant cosmic administrators sitting on clouds passing judgment. They were neighbours with complicated personal lives, prone to making questionable decisions and occasionally needing help from humans to get out of trouble. Thor wasn't just the thunder god. He was that strong friend who'd help you move furniture and accidentally break your door frame while being genuinely apologetic about it. Odin was the mysterious uncle who showed up unexpectedly with cryptic advice that only made sense years later. The Norse cosmos was structured like a great tree, Yggdrasil, and if I mispronounce this or any other words, please grill me down below so I can learn. Now where was I? Oh yes, the world Ash, whose branches and roots connected 9 different realms. It was less a scientific model and more a poetic way of understanding how everything fit together. The gods lived in Asgard, humans in Midgard, giants in Jotunheim, and various other beings occupied the remaining worlds. Death wasn't a single destination but several, depending on how you died and which deity claimed you. Warriors might feast in Valhalla, others might find themselves in Hell's Hall, which, despite the similar name to the Christian concept, was more like a quiet, somewhat dreary retirement community than a place of torment. Life in the Norse world revolved around practical concerns that made theological disputes seem somewhat academic. You needed your crops to grow, your ships to return safely, your children to survive infancy, and your neighbours not to start feuds that would consume generations. The gods were approached with the same practical mindset. You honoured them not out of abstract devotion, but because maintaining good relationships with powerful beings seemed like sensible risk management. Religious practice happened everywhere and nowhere in particular. There were no grand temples in early Scandinavia, no priestly hierarchy, and no holy books to consult. Instead, religion happened at boundary stones marking property lines, at sacred groves where particular trees had witnessed enough history to become witnesses to oaths, and at natural springs where offerings disappeared into darkness. Your average Norse farmer was simultaneously landowner, priest, judge, and storyteller, performing whatever rituals seemed appropriate for the occasion, without requiring approval from religious authorities. The sacred and the mundane braided together like threads in tablet weaving. You might sacrifice to Thor before a journey, but you also checked your ship for leaks and packed adequate supplies. You honoured the land spirits that inhabited fields and forests, but you also rotated crops and managed woodlots. This wasn't hypocrisy or shallow belief. It was practical wisdom that recognised both supernatural and natural forces shaped outcomes. Stories about the gods served multiple purposes beyond entertainment during long winter nights. They were educational tools teaching moral lessons, legal precedents explaining why certain customs existed, psychological frameworks for processing complex emotions, and social bonding experiences that connected communities across generations. When your grandfather told stories his grandfather had told him, you were participating in something older than memory, connecting to a tradition that stretched back before anyone could remember when it started. The Norse relationship with fate, the concept of wyrd, was simultaneously fatalistic and empowering. The future was set, woven by the Norns who sat at Yggdrasil's roots spinning destiny like thread. Yet how you met that fate, the courage and honour you displayed facing inevitable outcomes, remained entirely within your control. It was like knowing your flight will eventually land but still being responsible for how you conduct yourself during the journey. Magic, Seidon, existed in this world as a practical craft, though it carried complicated social implications. Women primarily practiced the most powerful forms, which involved going into trances and communicating with spirits to gain knowledge or influence events. Men who practiced these arts faced social stigma because the practice involved a kind of passive receptivity that contradicted masculine ideals of direct action. It was one of those cultural quirks that seem strange from the outside but make perfect sense within the system's internal logic. Death rituals in pre-Christian Scandinavia reflected beliefs about the afterlife's continuation of earthly existence. The dead were buried or burned with possessions they'd need in the next world, weapons, jewellery, and sometimes even ships for high-status individuals. But they were also buried with everyday items, combs, gaming pieces, and cooking equipment. The afterlife apparently involved both heroic feasting and quiet evenings playing board games, which honestly sounds more appealing than many alternatives. This was a world where time moved in cycles rather than lines, where the past and future existed simultaneously in the present, and where gods and humans share the same fundamental nature and face similar challenges. The universe would eventually end in Ragnarok, a twilight of the gods that would consume everything in fire and flood, but from those ashes, a new world would emerge and the cycle would begin again. Even destruction was just transformation, not finality. Into this intricate web of belief, practice and worldview, Christianity was about to arrive. But it didn't come as a conquering army sweeping away everything before it. It came as a persistent whisper, a new melody gradually finding harmony with older songs, a slow tide that transformed the landscape so gradually that people barely noticed, until everything had changed. The first Christians your Norse ancestors encountered were probably not impressive evangelists with compelling theological arguments. They were more likely slaves captured during raids on Christian lands, monks who'd washed up on shores after shipwrecks, or merchants who made the sign of the cross before business deals and seemed oddly unwilling to swear oaths by Thor or Odin. Picture a trading port somewhere in Denmark around 800 CE, where the air smells like tar from ship maintenance, dried fish hanging in warehouses, and exotic spices from Byzantine markets. Here, Norse traders who travelled to Christian lands in Frisia or England might wear small cross pendants alongside their Thor's hammers, not from deep conviction, but because it seemed to help business dealings with Christian merchants. Religion, in this context, was less about exclusive truth claims and more about social lubrication, making potentially hostile strangers willing to trade fairly. These early encounters with Christianity were often bewildering for Norse people. The religion seemed to have some appealing features. Eternal life in a paradise that sounded considerably more comfortable than most Norse afterlife options, a god who apparently loved everyone regardless of their social status, and a moral framework that theoretically protected the weak from the strong. But it also had some deeply strange requirements from a Norse perspective. Christianity demanded exclusive worship of a single god, which seemed simultaneously arrogant and impractical. Why would you put all your eggs in one cosmic basket when you could maintain relationships with multiple powerful beings? The Norse approach had always been more portfolio diversification than monotheistic commitment. You honoured Thor for protection, Freya for fertility, Odin for wisdom, and various land spirits for local concerns. Limiting yourself to a single deity seemed like terrible risk management. The Christian prohibition on violence was particularly puzzling in a society where honour and reputation could only be maintained through willingness to fight when challenged. How could you survive, let alone prosper, if you turned the other cheek every time someone insulted you or your family? The Norse legal system was built around the assumption that people would pursue feuds to restore honour after offences. Christianity's emphasis on forgiveness threatened to unravel the entire social fabric. Yet some aspects of Christianity resonated with Norse values in unexpected ways. Christ's sacrifice had elements of the heroic death that Norse culture celebrated. His willingness to endure suffering for others echoed the warrior ethos that prized courage over survival. The Christian emphasis on fate and divine providence wasn't so different from Norse beliefs about Wyrd and the Norns' weaving, and the promise that the meek would inherit the earth had obvious appeal to thralls and poor farmers who occupied the bottom of Scandinavian social hierarchies. The earliest conversions in Scandinavia often happened through personal relationships rather than theological persuasion. A Norse trader might convert to Christianity because it helped him do business in Christian ports, then gradually find himself actually believing the teachings he'd initially adopted for practical reasons. A slave from Ireland or England might maintain Christian practices in captivity, and his Norse master's children might grow curious about this religion that seemed to provide such comfort to someone in desperate circumstances. Some conversions were more cynical. kings and jarls recognised that Christian kingdoms in Europe had developed centralised power structures that made them wealthy and formidable. Christianity seemed to come packaged with literacy, advanced administration, and diplomatic connections to powerful southern kingdoms. Converting to Christianity might be worth it purely for the political and economic advantages, regardless of personal belief. The Christian missionaries who eventually arrived in Scandinavia with deliberate evangelical intentions discovered that converting Norse people required considerable cultural translation. They couldn't simply condemn everything about Norse religion as demonic without losing their audience entirely. Instead, the most successful missionaries looked for points of connection, ways to present Christianity as fulfilling rather than contradicting Norse spiritual yearnings. These missionaries learned to work within existing Norse frameworks even while trying to transform them. They presented Christ as the ultimate warrior king who defeated death itself through heroic sacrifice. They described heaven using imagery that Norse people would find appealing: feasting, reunions with loved ones, an escape from cold and hardship. They portrayed the Christian God as more powerful than Odin or Thor, able to control the same natural forces but with greater authority and consistency. The Norse response to these missionary efforts was neither immediate acceptance nor violent rejection, but something more complicated. People hedged their bets, attending Christian services while still making offerings to the old gods. They baptized their children while still telling stories about Thor's adventures. They built churches next to sacred groves, apparently assuming the different divine powers could coexist if given appropriate space. This period of dual religious practice created some genuinely odd hybrid situations. Archaeological evidence shows Christian crosses decorated with Norse artistic motifs, Thor's hammers modified to look more cross-like, and burial practices that mixed Christian and pagan elements with cheerful disregard for theological consistency. People seemed to approach religion with pragmatic flexibility, taking what seemed useful from Christianity, while retaining practices that had served their ancestors for generations. The smell of this changing world mixed old and new in distinctive ways. Incense from Christian rituals drifted through halls that still smelled of mead and roasted meat from traditional feasts. Church bells rang out across landscapes where sacred groves still stood, their trees hung with offerings. Priests in rough woolen robes walked paths where vulvas, female seers, had once travelled from farm to farm performing prophecies and magic. This religious borderland, where Christianity and Norse paganism coexisted in uneasy proximity, would persist for generations. It was messy, inconsistent, and probably theologically unsatisfying to true believers on either side. But it was also deeply human, reflecting how people actually navigate religious change, not through sudden conversion experiences or violent ruptures, but through gradual adaptation, selective adoption, and the slow transformation of meaning that happens when new ideas encounter old patterns of life. The conversion of Scandinavia accelerated dramatically when kings decided Christianity served their political interests, though this process looks less like spiritual awakening and more like medieval corporate restructuring with religious branding. Take Olaf Tryggvason, who became King of Norway in 995. He'd spent years in England and had converted to Christianity there, probably with genuine belief mixed with political calculation. When he returned to claim the Norwegian throne, he brought Christian missionaries and a conviction that religious uniformity would strengthen royal power. His conversion methods were, let's call them, assertive. Olaf's approach to evangelism involved showing up at regional assemblies, things, with armed retainers, and offering local leaders a straightforward choice: convert to Christianity or face immediate consequences that range from exile to execution. He destroyed pagan temples, threw sacred idols into fjords, and generally demonstrated that Christianity had the backing of overwhelming military force. It was the medieval equivalent of a hostile corporate takeover, where the new management makes it clear that everyone will adopt the new corporate culture or find employment elsewhere. The funny thing about this forced conversion approach was how often it backfired. Olaf managed to alienate so many powerful people that he eventually died in battle against a coalition of his enemies, and Norway promptly returned to paganism like someone reverting to their natural hair colour after an unsuccessful dye job. Religious change imposed through violence alone rarely sticks, because it creates resentment rather than conviction. But Olaf's namesake, Olaf Haraldsson, later St. Olaf, learned from these mistakes when he became king a generation later. His approach was more sophisticated, combining military pressure with economic incentives and genuine missionary work. He brought in trained priests who could actually explain Christian theology rather than just demanding submission. He built churches that doubled as administrative centres, making Christianity practically useful for governance. He offered tax breaks to converts and made Christian baptism a requirement for full participation in legal proceedings. This Olaf also died violently. It turns out that aggressive religious reform combined with heavy taxation made him unpopular regardless of his methods, but his legacy endured. After his death, miracles were reported at his shrine. He was declared a saint, and suddenly Norway had its own holy figure who happened to be a warrior king. It was brilliant religious marketing. Christianity repackaged with a Norse hero at its centre, someone who understood honour and courage and dying gloriously in battle. In Denmark, King Harald Bluetooth, yes, that's where your wireless technology got its name, converted around 965 and commissioned the Jelling Stones, massive rune stones that announced his accomplishment in bringing Christianity to Denmark. The stones combined traditional Norse art styles with Christian symbolism, creating a visual representation of cultural synthesis. Harald understood that successful conversion required making Christianity feel Norse rather than foreign, wrapping new beliefs in familiar aesthetic forms. Sweden took longer to convert, partly because centralised royal power developed more slowly there. Missionaries working in Sweden faced the challenge of converting a more decentralised society where no single king could impose religious uniformity from above. This meant more grassroots evangelism, more negotiation with local leaders, and more instances of Christianity adapting to existing social structures rather than transforming them wholesale. The most successful missionaries in Sweden tended to be those who showed genuine respect for Norse culture, while presenting Christianity as its fulfillment. They learned Old Norse, participated in local life, and found ways to present Christian teachings using Norse storytelling traditions. They discovered that you couldn't insult someone's ancestors and their centuries-old traditions, and then expect them to embrace your religion. Persuasion required building relationships, demonstrating that Christianity enhanced rather than rejected Norse identity. Iceland's conversion in 1000 CE showcased a uniquely Norse solution to religious conflict. The island was tearing itself apart as Christian and pagan factions moved towards civil war. Rather than fight, they agreed to let the law speaker, a kind of chief legal expert, decide Iceland's religious future. He spent a day and night under his cloak considering the problem, then announced his decision. Iceland would be officially Christian, but people could still practice pagan rites privately if they wished. It was religious compromise at its most pragmatic, choosing social peace over theological purity. This political decision didn't immediately change Icelandic hearts and minds, but it created the framework for gradual transformation. Once Christianity became the official religion, it controlled education, literacy, legal proceedings, and social advancement. Over time, being Christian shifted from political compliance to cultural norm to genuine belief, though the process took generations. The missionaries themselves came from diverse backgrounds with varying approaches. Some were aristocratic younger sons who'd entered the church as a career rather than from deep vocation. Others were genuinely devoted monks who'd volunteered for what was considered dangerous frontier work. A few were Scandinavians who'd converted while travelling abroad and returned as missionaries to their own people, bringing insider knowledge that made them more effective evangelists. These missionaries faced practical challenges that often outweighed theological ones. Scandinavia's climate was harsh, communications were difficult, and learning Old Norse was complicated by the lack of written materials. Early missionaries often depended on local hospitality, making them vulnerable to the very people they were trying to convert. They needed to prove Christianity's practical value, providing literacy, mediating disputes, and offering connections to wider European networks, while gradually introducing theological concepts that might take years for people to fully understand. The smell of this missionary era was distinctive. Incense from Mass mixing with wood smoke from longhouse fires, parchment and ink in newly established scriptoria, and the distinctive scent of fresh-hewn timber as churches rose next to ancient sacred sites. Church bells introduced new sounds to landscapes where previously only natural noises and human voices marked time. Latin chants echoed in places where previously only Old Norse poetry and everyday conversation had been heard. As Christianity took root in Scandinavia, something fascinating happened to the old myths. They didn't simply disappear or get violently suppressed. Instead, they underwent a transformation as complex as any mythological shape-shifting, emerging in new forms that served new purposes while retaining echoes of their ancient power. The monks who first wrote down Norse mythology faced a delightful paradox. They were Christian scholars who theoretically shouldn't preserve pagan myths, yet they were also the only people with literacy and the cultural interest to record these stories before they vanished entirely. Their solution was to become creative editors, preserving the myths while subtly Christianizing their interpretation. Take the prose Edda, written by Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Snorri was Christian, but he recognized that understanding traditional Norse poetry required knowledge of the old myths. His solution was ingenious. He presented the Norse gods as ancient human kings who'd been mistakenly worshipped as deities due to their remarkable abilities. It was euhemerism, the theory that gods were actually historical figures who'd been deified, and it allowed Snorri to preserve detailed mythological knowledge while maintaining that Christianity was correct and paganism had been based on misunderstanding. This interpretation required some creative theological gymnastics. Snorri traced the Aesir, the Norse gods, back to Troy after its fall, making them descendants of classical civilization rather than independent Scandinavian deities. It was like creating an elaborate backstory that connected Norse mythology to the broader historical narrative Christianity recognized, turning Odin from a god into a very impressive ancient king who'd led his people north from Asia. The funny part is that Snorri preserved far more authentic mythological detail than he probably should have, if his goal was simply Christian apologetics. He couldn't resist the story's narrative power, their poetic complexity, and their psychological insight. Reading the prose Edda, you can almost feel him enjoying the myths even while explaining why they were technically incorrect from a Christian perspective. Other Christian writers took different approaches to the old stories. Some portrayed the Norse gods as demons who deceived humans into worship, casting mythology as a tragic history of supernatural manipulation. This interpretation allowed for detailed mythological description while clearly condemning the beliefs themselves. The demons were real, just evil rather than divine, and their stories served as cautionary tales about the consequences of worshipping false powers. Still others saw in Norse mythology dim reflections of Christian truth, as if the pagan past had contained prophetic glimpses of revelation to come. Odin's self-sacrifice hanging on Yggdrasil for 9 nights to gain wisdom became a prefiguration of Christ's crucifixion. Baldur's death at the hands of treachery and his eventual return after Ragnarok echoed Christ's death and resurrection. These parallels allowed Christians to acknowledge the myth's spiritual depth while subordinating them to the Christian narrative. The most significant reinterpretation involved Ragnarok itself, this cosmic catastrophe where gods and giants would destroy each other and the world would burn, had always been central to Norse cosmology. Christian interpreters recognized its similarity to apocalyptic Christian traditions and recast it as a pagan prophecy of the Last Judgment. The new world emerging from Ragnarok's ashes became heaven, Balder's return became Christ's second coming, and the entire Norse eschatology was retrofitted into a Christian framework. This reinterpretation changed the myth's meaning in subtle ways. Originally, Ragnarok represented the inevitable triumph of entropy and chaos, the recognition that even gods cannot prevent eventual destruction. It was cosmologically pessimistic but ethically empowering. Since everything ends anyway, what matters is how you conduct yourself in the meantime. The Christian reinterpretation transformed this into a story about sin's consequences and redemption's promise, changing the emotional valence from tragic acceptance to hopeful expectation. Local folklore underwent similar transformations. The Landvættir, land spirits that inhabited natural features, became associated with trolls and hidden people, still present but now classified as natural creatures rather than objects of worship. The elves of Norse tradition split into two categories. Some became angels or saints, while others became associated with demons and dark magic. The Norns who wove fate became analogous to God's providence, their weaving reinterpreted as a divine plan rather than an impersonal cosmic force. Interestingly, some of the most powerful Norse deities simply merged with Christian figures. Thor's protective role was often transferred to St. Michael, who fought demons with similar martial effectiveness. Freya's association with fertility and prosperity found new expression in prayers to the Virgin Mary and various agricultural saints. Odin's connection to wisdom and poetry was partially absorbed into the cult of saints associated with learning and eloquence. The practical rituals of Norse paganism underwent equally creative reinterpretation. The custom of drinking rounds in memory of the gods became a Christian practice of toasts to Christ and various saints. The midwinter sacrifice and feast became July, eventually Christmas, maintaining its association with light returning during the darkest season, while completely changing its theological meaning. Spring fertility rites were reframed as Easter celebrations, keeping the timing and some customs while attaching them to Christ's resurrection. Even the runic alphabet, which had been imbued with magical significance in pagan times, was partially Christianized. Christians continued using runes for inscriptions, but sometimes included crosses and Christian prayers alongside traditional runic formulas. The Sigurd stones in Sweden provide perfect examples, memorial stones carved with both the legendary dragon slayer Sigurd and Christian prayers for the dead, creating visual syntheses that would have seemed contradictory to theological purists, but made perfect sense to people living through cultural transition. The skalds, professional Norse poets, faced particular challenges in this era of reinterpretation. Their traditional verse forms relied heavily on kennings, elaborate metaphorical phrases that often referenced pagan mythology. How do you compose in traditional Norse poetry when half your metaphorical vocabulary refers to gods you're supposedly no longer allowed to mention? The solution was to keep using the old kennings, while adding disclaimers that these were just poetic conventions, not actual beliefs. It was like using Greek mythological references in modern English. Everyone understood the cultural references without thinking Zeus actually existed. What emerged from this period of reinterpretation was a uniquely hybrid tradition that was neither purely Christian nor purely Norse, but something new. The myths survived not in their original context, but in transformed versions that served different purposes for different communities. Scholars preserved them as historical curiosities and poetic resources. Common people remembered them as entertaining stories about the past. Christian theologians used them as examples of human religious instincts groping toward truth before revelation provided clarity. This creative reinterpretation meant that Norse mythology never completely died even as Christianity triumphed. Instead, it was preserved in amber, fossilized in texts, and transformed into folklore, waiting for later generations to rediscover and once again reinterpret for their own purposes. The myth's survival, ironically, depended on their enemies becoming their recorders and translators. The transformation of Norse religious practice was perhaps even more profound than the reinterpretation of myths, because it changed how people moved through the rhythms of daily and seasonal life, how they marked births and deaths, and how they structured time itself. Before Christianity, your Norse ancestors organised their year around agricultural cycles and seasonal festivals that had religious significance but also practical purposes. The midwinter celebration brought communities together during the darkest, coldest time of year, reinforcing social bonds when isolation might otherwise lead to despair. Spring festivals marked the return to agricultural work with rituals ensuring fertility of fields and livestock. Harvest celebrations gave thanks for successful crops while preparing for winter's challenges. Christianity didn't eliminate these seasonal rhythms. That would have been both impractical and unnecessary, but it gradually reframed them within a Christian liturgical calendar. The timing often remained identical, but the meaning and associated practices shifted. Midwinter became Christmas, celebrating Christ's birth rather than honouring various gods and spirits associated with the season. The spring festival became Easter, focusing on resurrection rather than agricultural renewal, though the themes of life returning after death weren't incompatible. This transformation happened gradually, with considerable overlap between old and new practices. For generations, people celebrated Christian holy days, while maintaining customs that had originated in pagan contexts. They might attend Mass at the new wooden church, then go home to traditional feasting that looked suspiciously similar to pre-Christian celebrations. The food smelled the same: roasted meat, fresh bread, fermented drinks, even if the prayers before eating had changed. Personal life cycle rituals underwent particularly significant changes. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked births with naming ceremonies where the father officially recognised the child and sponsors gave gifts, establishing social relationships and inheritance rights. Christianity introduced baptism, which served similar social functions, establishing the child's identity, creating godparent relationships, integrating the new person into the community, but within a framework of spiritual rebirth and original sin that was distinctly Christian. The baptismal ceremony itself often retained Norse elements despite its Christian meaning. The ritual washing paralleled earlier customs of sprinkling newborns with water while naming them. The giving of gifts by godparents echoed traditional gift-giving by sponsors. Even the timing sometimes accommodated Norse preferences. Some Christian communities allowed delayed baptism, so families could choose auspicious occasions according to traditional reckoning, though the Church officially preferred immediate baptism to protect the child's soul. Coming-of-age transitions also evolved. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked the transition to adulthood through various ceremonies and tests that demonstrated capability for adult responsibilities. Christianity introduced confirmation, where young people publicly affirmed their faith and received full status as church members. The underlying function, marking the passage from childhood to adult community membership, remained similar even as the ritual forms and stated purposes changed. Marriage practices showed perhaps the most complex blending of old and new. Norse marriage had primarily been a property arrangement between families, with elaborate negotiations over bride price and dowry, sealed with oaths before witnesses and celebrated with feasting. Christianity introduced the idea that marriage was a sacrament with spiritual significance, requiring a church blessing and theoretically indissoluble except through death. In practice, Norse marriage customs gradually absorbed Christian elements rather than being replaced wholesale. The negotiations and property arrangements continued, but now a church ceremony preceded or followed the traditional festivities. The bride still wore Norse-style dress and jewellery, but might also wear Christian symbols. The feast still included traditional foods and drinks, but now began with Christian prayers. It was syncretism in action, each tradition borrowing elements from the other, until distinguishing original from adopted became nearly impossible. Death rituals experienced the most dramatic transformation, because Christianity and Norse paganism had fundamentally different ideas about what happened after death, and how the living should relate to the dead. Pre-Christian Norse funerary practices involved elaborate grave goods, ship burials for elite individuals, and sometimes cremation to speed the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These practices reflected beliefs that the dead continued existing in forms that resembled earthly life. Christian burial was radically simpler. The body went into the ground, oriented east-west, with few or no grave goods, because material possessions had no value in the spiritual afterlife to come. The funeral service focused on prayers for the soul, rather than equipping the deceased for their journey. Church graveyards replaced traditional burial mounds and family plots, relocating the dead from their own lands to communal Christian space. This transition was painful for many families. The old practices had provided comfort through their implicit promise that loved ones continued existing in recognizable form. The elaborate preparations, provisioning the grave with food, tools and treasures, gave mourners concrete actions to perform, ways to demonstrate continuing care for the deceased. Christian burial seemed stark by comparison, stripping away these comforting rituals and leaving only prayers and faith in an invisible afterlife. Yet Christianity offered its own consolations that gradually became meaningful to converts. The promise of eventual resurrection provided hope that relationships severed by death would be restored. The idea that social hierarchies didn't persist into the afterlife meant that even slaves and poor farmers could hope for a better existence after death. The regular prayers for the dead maintained a connection between living and deceased that paralleled older practices of remembering ancestors. Gradually, hybrid practices emerged that satisfied both Christian requirements and Norse emotional needs. People might bury their dead in church graveyards according to Christian rites, while still leaving small offerings at the graves. Technically a Christian practice, but flavoured with older habits. They might have masses said for the deceased while also telling stories about their ancestors in ways that kept them present in communal memory, blending Christian intercession with Norse ancestor veneration. The physical landscape of ritual also transformed. Pre-Christian sacred sites, groves, springs, stone circles, mountain peaks, either were Christianized through the addition of crosses and small chapels, or became forbidden places associated with demons and trolls. Churches rose on former sacred sites, sometimes deliberately claiming these spaces for Christianity, other times simply because these locations had always been community gathering places regardless of religious significance. The architecture of early Norse churches reflected cultural synthesis, built using traditional Scandinavian woodworking techniques, often by the same craftsmen who built longhouses and ships. These stave churches incorporated Christian architectural elements, like cruciform layouts and western-facing entrances, while maintaining distinctively Norse aesthetic character. Their carved portals included both Christian symbols and traditional interlaced patterns, dragons that might be demonic, or might simply be familiar decorative motifs stripped of their original meaning. The smell inside these new churches mixed imported and local elements, incense and candle wax from Christian liturgy, fresh timber from Norse building traditions, wool and leather from congregants' clothing, and the earthy smell of dirt floors. The sound shifted too. Latin chanting replaced Old Norse poetry. Church bells marked time instead of natural rhythms and horns. But underneath these new sounds, familiar voices speaking Norse discussed community affairs in the same building where they prayed in Latin. What emerged was a distinctively Norse Christianity, neither identical to continental European practice, nor simply paganism with a Christian veneer. It was something genuinely new, created by communities adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining continuity with their past. The transformation was neither simple replacement nor pure synthesis, but a complex negotiation between competing values, practical accommodations, and genuine changes in belief that occurred over multiple generations. Even as Christianity became dominant across Scandinavia, pockets of pagan practice persisted for centuries in remote areas where royal authority was weak, missionary presence limited, and traditional ways deeply rooted in landscape and community memory. Picture a small farming valley in inland Norway or Sweden around 1100 CE, several generations after official conversion, The nearest church is half a day's journey away, the priest visits irregularly, and daily life remains structured by agricultural cycles and weather patterns that care nothing for Christian liturgical calendars. Here, people might dutifully attend Easter and Christmas services when possible, but they also maintain older practices that their families have performed for longer than anyone can remember. These last pagans weren't necessarily defiant rebels making conscious theological choices. Often they were simply rural people maintaining traditions that worked, that connected them to place and ancestors, and that provided meaning and structure to lives far from power centres where religious uniformity was being enforced. They sacrificed to land spirits not because they rejected Christianity, but because their grandfather's grandfather had done so, and the crops seemed to grow better when you honoured the beings who inhabited the fields. The Sami people of northern Scandinavia maintained their indigenous spiritual practices longest, partly because their lifestyle as reindeer herders kept them mobile and difficult to systematically convert, and partly because their beliefs were so thoroughly integrated with their relationship to the land that changing religion would have required changing their entire way of life. Christian missionaries working among the Sami discovered that conventional evangelical approaches designed for settled agricultural communities simply didn't work with people whose spirituality was inseparable from their nomadic patterns and intimate knowledge of Arctic wilderness. In Iceland, the situation was particularly interesting because the compromise conversion of 1000 CE had explicitly allowed private pagan practice to continue. This created a centuries-long period where people publicly conformed to Christianity while privately maintaining older traditions, creating a cultural schizophrenia that was probably psychologically uncomfortable but practically manageable. Icelandic sagas written during this period reflect this tension, portraying pre-Christian ancestors with admiration while acknowledging Christianity's truth, trying to honour the past without endorsing its religious framework. The last explicitly pagan temples were probably destroyed by the late 11th century, but informal sacred sites persisted much longer. Certain groves, springs and mountains retained their holy character in local consciousness even after Christianity officially claimed them. People might cross themselves before approaching these places, while also leaving small offerings, combining Christian protection with older practices of propitiating local powers. It was spiritual insurance, covering all bases just in case. Folk magic and superstition preserved fragments of pagan belief in forms that were technically compatible with Christianity, if you squinted and didn't examine them too closely. The Galder chanting used in Norse magic simply became folk healing charms that invoked Christian saints instead of pagan gods. The runes lost their divine associations, but retained their use in protective amulets and folk remedies. The belief in hidden people and land vetir was reframed as superstition rather than religion, allowing it to persist as colourful folklore rather than a condemned practice. Women, particularly older women in rural areas, became the primary keepers of these borderland traditions. Their knowledge of healing herbs, midwifery, weather prediction, and folk magic often retained connections to pre-Christian practices even after generations of Christianity. They weren't necessarily consciously preserving paganism, but their practical knowledge came packaged with ritual elements and spiritual understandings that had roots in older worldviews. The Church's response to these persistent pagan elements oscillated between violent suppression and pragmatic accommodation. During periodic reform movements, authorities would crack down on folk practices, threatening severe penalties for anyone caught making offerings to stones or trees, performing pagan-flavoured magic, or consulting seers. Other times, the Church essentially looked the other way, recognising that rural populations would maintain certain traditions regardless of official policy, and deciding that nominal Christianity with folk elements was better than driving people into open rebellion. Some clergy even participated in this accommodation, learning to distinguish between practices they considered genuinely dangerous to souls and harmless customs that could be tolerated or even Christianized through reinterpretation. A rural priest might privately disapprove of his parishioners leaving milk offerings at fairy mounds while publicly focusing his preaching on more pressing moral issues like violence and theft. The memory of the old ways was also preserved through the skaldic tradition, which continued for centuries after conversion. Skalds needed to understand traditional mythology to compose proper verse, so they maintained detailed knowledge of pagan beliefs and stories even while personally being Christian. This created an interesting situation where the most sophisticated preservers of Norse mythology were often monks and priests who recorded these stories as literary heritage rather than living religion. The saga tradition performed similar preservative work. Saga writers, working mostly in Iceland during the 13th and 14th centuries, were thoroughly Christian but wrote extensively about their pagan ancestors with sympathy and admiration. They portrayed these earlier Icelanders as noble, honourable people who simply hadn't yet received Christian revelation. The sagas became a way of honouring ancestral culture while maintaining proper Christian identity. You could admire your pagan great-great-grandfather's courage and cleverness without endorsing his religious beliefs. This selective remembering created a romanticised vision of the pagan past that probably bore only partial resemblance to historical reality. The sagas emphasised heroic values, dramatic conflicts, and colourful personalities while downplaying the more mundane aspects of Norse paganism. They preserved memory of the old gods primarily as characters in entertaining stories, rather than as deities who'd actually been worshipped. It was like remembering Greek mythology, culturally important, aesthetically valued, but no longer religiously believed. By the 14th century, explicitly pagan practice had essentially disappeared from Scandinavia, though the process had taken centuries longer than official conversion dates suggested. What remained were cultural habits, storytelling traditions, place names that referenced old gods, and a landscape still marked by ancient sacred sites, even if their original meaning had been forgotten or transformed. The last person in Scandinavia to genuinely worship Odin or Thor probably died sometime in the late Middle Ages, in some remote location, without anyone recording the moment or recognising its historical significance. It was an undramatic ending to a religious tradition that had sustained Norse peoples for millennia. Not a violent suppression or dramatic final stand, but simply the quiet death of the last practitioner in a world where everyone else had moved on. Yet in another sense, Norse paganism never entirely died. It survived in folk customs whose origins were forgotten, in stories parents told children on winter nights, in the names of weekdays that still honour Thor and Freya, and in the landscape itself, where every feature seemed to carry memory of older meanings. The old ways didn't disappear so much as they dissolved into the cultural substrate, becoming part of how Norse-descended people understood themselves even after their religious framework had completely changed. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the night grows quieter around you, let's explore how this ancient religious transformation continues to echo through modern life in ways you probably never notice unless someone points them out. Every Thursday, you honour Thor. Every Friday, Freya gets her due. These weekday names are fossils from a time when these deities were actively worshipped, preserved in language long after their religious significance vanished. It's one of history's pleasant ironies that the most secular act, checking your calendar to see what day it is, perpetually honours gods that Christians spent centuries trying to eliminate from memory. The Christmas tree in your living room, if you have one, has roots that stretch back to pre-Christian Nordic traditions of bringing evergreen boughs indoors during midwinter, a way of celebrating life's persistence through the darkest season. The custom survived Christianization by being reinterpreted as a symbol of Christ's eternal life, but its origins lie in older practices of honouring nature's resilience. Your holiday decorations connect you to ancestors who stood in frozen forests and marvelled that some trees remained green even when everything else seemed dead. The literary legacy of this conversion is extraordinary. The preservation of Norse mythology through Christian scribes means we know more about Norse religion than we do about most other pre-Christian European belief systems. If medieval monks hadn't written down the Eddas and Sagas, we'd have only fragmentary archaeological evidence and would need to reconstruct Norse beliefs through guesswork and comparison with other Germanic traditions. The irony is delicious. Christianity's triumph ensured the survival of detailed knowledge about the religion it replaced. This preserved mythology has had an outsized influence on modern fantasy literature, film, and popular culture. Every time you encounter elves, dwarves, trolls, or dragons in fantasy fiction, you're experiencing concepts that were filtered through Norse tradition and preserved by Christian scribes. J.R.R. Tolkien drew heavily on Norse mythology for Middle-earth, creating a fantasy world that was essentially a love letter to the literature produced during Christianity's absorption of Norse culture. The Lord of the Rings exists because Snorri Sturluson decided to write down the myths he'd learned centuries earlier. Modern Scandinavian identity still draws heavily on Norse heritage, even in nations that have been Christian for a millennium. Norway's constitution invokes historical continuity with Viking Age kingdoms. Iceland's sense of cultural distinctiveness emphasises saga literature and the preserved Old Norse language. Sweden's tourism industry sells Viking experiences alongside Lutheran churches. This isn't a contradiction. It's the long-term result of that medieval synthesis, where Christian faith and Norse cultural identity learn to coexist in the same communities. The physical landscape of Scandinavia still bears marks of this religious transformation. Stave churches that combine Norse woodworking traditions with Christian architecture dot the Norwegian countryside, their dragon-headed roof ornaments and interlaced carvings creating visual bridges between the pagan past and Christian present. Rune stones that mix Christian crosses with traditional Norse artistic motifs stand in fields and along roadsides, permanent records of that transitional period when people were figuring out how to be both Christian and Norse. Place names across Scandinavia preserve memory of pagan sacred sites and mythological associations. Towns and features named for Thor, Odin and Freya are as common in Sweden, Norway and Denmark as towns named for saints. Every map is a palimpsest where Christian geography overlays but doesn't completely erase earlier religious meanings. When modern Scandinavians give directions or discuss locations, they're constantly invoking a landscape that was sacred long before Christianity arrived. The folk traditions that survived Christianization have become valued cultural heritage rather than embarrassing pagan residue. Midsummer celebrations across Scandinavia, ostensibly Christian festivals of St. John's Eve, retain pagan elements in their emphasis on fertility, seasonal transition, and connection to nature's rhythms. The Christmas goat of Scandinavian tradition, which seems random to outsiders, connects to pre-Christian winter celebrations. These customs are now treasured as authentic cultural expressions, rather than condemned as pagan survivals. The modern revival of Norse paganism, various forms of heathenry or asatru, represents an interesting twist in this story. Contemporary pagans attempt to reconstruct Norse religious practice, but they're working primarily from sources written by Christians, preserved through Christian institutions, and interpreted through centuries of Christian cultural influence. They're trying to recover something that was already transformed by the time it was recorded. It's like trying to restore a painting when all you have are descriptions written by people who disagreed with the original artist's vision. This modern Norse paganism is simultaneously a return to pre-Christian religion and a completely new creation because you can't actually step into the same river twice. The contemporary people attempting to worship Odin and Thor live in a world shaped by centuries of Christianity, scientific rationalism, and modern values. Their paganism is necessarily different from what their ancestors practiced, filtered through all the intervening history that makes direct reconstruction impossible. The academic study of Norse mythology and Viking Age culture has exploded in recent decades, partly driven by popular interest, partly by improved archaeological techniques, and partly by recognition that Norse contributions to European culture deserve serious attention. Universities offer courses on Old Norse literature, Museums mount exhibitions on Viking Age religion, and scholars publish detailed studies of conversion processes. The medieval Christians who preserved these myths while trying to replace them inadvertently created materials for a thriving modern field of historical study. Popular culture's endless fascination with Vikings ensures that Norse mythology remains commercially viable and culturally relevant. Marvel's Thor films introduce Norse gods to global audiences who've never heard of the Eddas. Video games let players explore Viking Age worlds with varying degrees of historical accuracy. Television series dramatise Norse religion and society for entertainment value. This pop culture engagement is often historically dubious, but it keeps Norse mythology alive in contemporary imagination in ways that purely academic preservation never could. The conversion of Scandinavia also provides historical lessons about how religious change actually happens, which is rarely through the dramatic confrontations or sudden revelations that make good stories. Real conversion is messy and gradual, and involves generations of people maintaining seemingly contradictory beliefs while slowly shifting toward new frameworks. It's not conquest, but negotiation, not replacement, but transformation, not either or, but both and, until eventually the both becomes just an and becomes invisible. This process offers insights for understanding contemporary religious change and cultural transformation. When you see modern societies grappling with secularization, immigration, or other forces that challenge traditional religious frameworks, you're watching patterns similar to those that played out in medieval Scandinavia. The specifics differ, but the underlying dynamics, how people balance inherited identity with new influences, how institutions adapt to maintain relevance, how meaning-making systems evolve while claiming continuity, these patterns repeat across different contexts. The Norse experience also demonstrates that cultural loss and cultural survival aren't simple opposites. Yes, Norse paganism as a living religious tradition essentially disappeared, but Norse culture, mythology, values and identity survived in transformed versions that remain vital today. The conversion was simultaneously an ending and a continuation, a loss and a gain, a death and a metamorphosis. Trying to classify it as purely positive or negative misses the complexity of how human cultures actually evolve. As our journey through this religious transformation draws to a close, imagine standing once more on that rocky northern shore, but now in our own time. The air still smells of salt and pine, but now church bells mix with those eternal rhythms. The landscape that once held only pagan sacred sites now contains churches, but those churches often stand where the sacred sites once stood, occupying space that was holy long before Christianity arrived. The northern lights flicker overhead, the same aurora that your distant ancestors saw and interpreted through their own religious frameworks. They might have seen Bifrost, the rainbow bridge to Asgard, or the Valkyries riding through the sky gathering the heroic dead. Later generations saw them as natural phenomena, beautiful but devoid of religious meaning, explained by science rather than myth. Yet the lights themselves remain unchanged. It's only human interpretation that shifts. This continuity of landscape combined with transformation of meaning captures something essential about the conversion we've been exploring. The physical world remained the same. The sky, sea, forests and mountains that witnessed pagan rituals also witnessed Christian prayers. What changed was the language people used to describe their relationship with this world, the stories they told to explain their place in it, and the rituals they performed to connect with powers beyond themselves. The conversion of Scandinavia wasn't unique. Christianity spread across most of Europe through similar processes of negotiation, adaptation, and gradual transformation. But the Norse experience is particularly well documented because literacy arrived in Scandinavia roughly simultaneously with Christianity, meaning we have unusually detailed records of the transition from people who lived through it. The Icelanders in particular had reasons to preserve detailed accounts of their past, because their society was so thoroughly organised around memory, genealogy, and historical precedent. What makes this story worth pondering as you drift towards sleep is its reminder that all the things we consider permanent and unchangeable were once new and contested. Christianity, which now seems to many Europeans like an eternal part of their cultural heritage, was once foreign and strange. The Norse paganism that seems exotic and distant to us was once ordinary daily practice, as normal and unremarkable as checking your phone is today. This recognition can be simultaneously unsettling and liberating. Unsettling because it suggests that our own certainties might someday seem as quaint and outdated as beliefs about Odin and Thor now appear to most people. Liberating because it demonstrates that humans have always navigated religious and cultural change, have always found ways to honour their past while adapting to their present, and have always created meaning in whatever circumstances they found themselves. The people who lived through Scandinavia's Christianization weren't so different from us. They worried about their children's futures, tried to honour their parents' memories, sought meaning in their daily work and attempted to understand forces beyond their control. They faced change they didn't necessarily want or choose but had to accommodate. They tried to preserve what seemed valuable from their heritage while adopting what seemed useful from new influences. Some of them resisted change stubbornly, clinging to old ways until they died. Others embraced Christianity enthusiastically, perhaps too eager to abandon traditions their ancestors had valued. Most probably fell somewhere in between, hedging their bets, keeping what they could of the old while accepting what seemed inevitable about the new, and creating hybrid practices that satisfied neither pagan purists nor Christian reformers, but worked for people living ordinary lives in extraordinary times. The monks who preserved Norse mythology while simultaneously working to replace it were engaged in an act of profound cultural generosity, whether they recognised it or not. By writing down stories about gods they didn't believe in, they gave future generations the gift of knowing their own past with unusual clarity. They couldn't have known that their careful transcriptions would someday inspire fantasy novels, academic dissertations, and contemporary pagan reconstructions. They were just trying to be thorough scholars in their own time. What survived from pre-Christian Scandinavia survived because someone thought it was worth preserving, even when that preservation happened through institutional structures dedicated to replacing the very beliefs being recorded. This paradox suggests something important about how cultural memory works. We don't preserve the past through isolation and refusal to change. We preserve it through creative transformation, through finding new context for old meanings, and through recording and reinterpreting so that each generation can engage with what came before in ways that make sense for their own circumstances. The Northern Lights continue their silent dance overhead, caring nothing about human interpretations, changing nothing about their behaviour regardless of whether observers see bifrost or atmospheric electrical phenomena. This indifference of the natural world to human meaning-making is oddly comforting. Beneath all our religious frameworks, mythological systems, and competing truth claims, the world simply is. Stars wheeling overhead, tides advancing and retreating, and seasons cycling through their eternal patterns. Yet we are meaning-making creatures who cannot simply experience the world without interpreting it. We need stories to explain why things are as they are, rituals to mark important transitions, and communities bound together by shared beliefs and practices. Religion, in all its forms, emerges from these fundamental human needs. The conversion of Scandinavia didn't change these needs, it changed how people satisfied them. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself thinking about your own religious or spiritual framework, whatever form it takes. Where did it come from? What earlier traditions influenced it? What transformations occurred between its origins and its current form? How might it continue evolving? These aren't questions that require answers tonight. They're simply worth pondering, letting them drift through your consciousness like the northern lights drift across the Arctic sky. The story of Christianity transforming Norse mythology reminds us that spiritual certainty is often retrospective. It looks solid and permanent only when we're looking backward at it. To the people living through it, religious change felt uncertain, contested, and incomplete. They couldn't see the neat narrative arc that historians would later impose on their experience. They were just trying to figure out how to live faithfully in changing circumstances, making their best guesses about ultimate things while managing immediate concerns like crops, weather, and family relationships. This is ultimately a deeply human story about how people navigate between honouring their past and adapting to their present, between inherited identity and chosen belief, and between what they're told they should believe and what their lived experience teaches them. The specifics are Norse and Christian and medieval, but the underlying patterns are universal and timeless. Imagine waking in a small Icelandic farmhouse sometime in the 13th century, centuries after official conversion, but in a world still saturated with memory of the old ways. The morning light is pale and thin. It's winter and full daylight won't arrive for hours yet. You pull on layers of wool against the cold, eat porridge that tastes of salt and butter, and perhaps attend a brief morning prayer that your Christian household maintains as daily practice. But as you go about your morning tasks, feeding animals, checking on supplies, preparing for the day's work, you also pour a small amount of milk on the ground near your barn, a gesture your grandmother taught you, maintaining a relationship with the hidden people who share this land. You're not being hypocritical or confused. You're simply honouring both the Christian framework that structures your community's formal religious life and the older practices that connect you to this specific place and your family's history within it. This is how most religious transformation actually looks, not the dramatic confrontations and decisive moments that make it into official histories, but the quiet daily negotiations between inherited practice and adopted belief, the practical accommodations that let people maintain continuity with their past while adapting to their present. The monastery bells ring across the valley, a relatively new sound in this ancient landscape, but one that now marks time and calls the faithful to prayer. Yet the mountains that echo these bells are the same mountains that heard older invocations, and the stones that support the church absorbed prayers to different powers for centuries before Christianity arrived. The landscape holds all these layers of meaning without contradiction, accepting human interpretations while remaining fundamentally itself. By the time you finish your morning routine and look toward the day's work, you're operating in multiple time frames simultaneously. You're a Christian living in the 13th century according to the religious framework your community has adopted. You're also an heir to traditions stretching back before Christianity arrived, carrying practices and memories your ancestors developed over generations. You're simultaneously new and ancient, Christian and Norse, traditional and innovative. This layered identity isn't confusion, it's richness. It's the natural result of living in a culture where change happened slowly enough that people could maintain multiple frameworks simultaneously, where conversion was a process rather than an event, and where the new didn't require complete abandonment of the old. As you finally step outside into the pale northern morning, breathing air that carries the sharpness of approaching winter, you're walking in a world that has been profoundly transformed while remaining recognisably itself. The conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity changed everything about how people understood their relationship to the divine, yet changed remarkably little about the daily rhythms of life shaped by climate, geography, and agricultural necessity. This is the quiet miracle of cultural transformation, that it can be simultaneously revolutionary and barely noticeable, that people can undergo profound changes in worldview while maintaining practical continuity in their daily lives, and that new religious frameworks can take root without completely destroying the cultural soil from which earlier traditions grew. Rest now, and let these stories of conversion and transformation drift through your consciousness like snow falling on ancient stones. The world you wake to tomorrow will be different from the medieval north we've been exploring, but it will bear the marks of these transformations and countless others like them. Every morning is simultaneously new and old, every culture simultaneously changing and continuous, and every person simultaneously heir to the past and creator of the future. The Northern Lights continue their dance, indifferent to human interpretations but somehow enriched by all the meanings we've projected onto them across millennia. May your sleep be as peaceful as that indifference, as rich as those accumulated meanings, and as continuous as those ancient patterns cycling endlessly through the Arctic night. Sleep well, knowing that transformation and continuity aren't opposites, but partners in the endless dance of human culture, adapting to change while maintaining connection to its deepest roots. The story of Christianity transforming Norse mythology is ultimately your story too. The universal human experience of finding new meanings while honouring old memories, of changing profoundly while remaining essentially yourself. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognise how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dream-bringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos and the Oneiroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognized as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognized that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shapeshifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act. But behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onericritica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action, to many readers the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society, too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially, he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. Biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason comes. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class who largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time, knowledge, and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well-versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masks and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Saturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, Romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognized field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. A therapist and a patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that satent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth, travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts, haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise, shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women, from prominent families to organized resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favoritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her. evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart, yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her. A woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape. Imagine living in ancient Greece around 600 BCE, when the only technological concern you might have had was whether your olive oil lamp would have enough fuel to last the entire night. People who entered this world of basic tools and sophisticated ideas did something revolutionary. They began to ask why, rather than merely accepting because the gods said so. Instead of calling themselves physicists, the first physicists called themselves natural philosophers, which sounds far more respectable than people who spend too much time wondering why rocks fall down instead of up. However, that's exactly what they were doing, viewing the everyday world from a new perspective and rejecting the idea that mystery was a sufficient explanation for anything. One of these early wanderers was Thales of Miletus, who reportedly spent so much time gazing up at the stars that he once fell into a well while out for a walk. According to reports, his maid made fun of him by pointing out that he was attempting to comprehend the heavens while ignoring the ground beneath his feet. This may be the earliest known case of someone becoming so engrossed in theoretical physics that they failed to observe their surroundings, a practice that is still common in physics departments all over the world. However, Thales had a crucial insight. According to his theory, water in its various forms makes up everything in the universe. Now, before you write this off as archaic thinking, remember that he was putting forth a profound idea, that the astounding diversity of the natural world could have straightforward underlying causes. He was completely correct that the way forward was to look for straightforward explanations of complicated phenomena, but he was mistaken that water was the fundamental substance. Democritus expanded on this notion with a notion so revolutionary that it would not be fully comprehended for more than 2 millennia. He proposed that cutting something into ever tinier pieces would eventually result in pieces that were too small to cut. He referred to these fragments as atoms, which in Greek means uncuttable. In essence, Democritus was suggesting that the universe was composed of inconspicuous, minuscule building blocks, akin to cosmic LEGO pieces. Since Democritus lacked particle accelerators and microscopes, it wasn't that he was accurate in every detail. Rather, it was that he was thinking in the right way. He was saying that you could comprehend large, complex things by comprehending their smallest components. Although it would take centuries for anyone to figure out how to actually test these ideas, this reductionist approach would eventually become one of the most potent tools in physics. The ancient natural philosopher Aristotle, who was arguably the most influential, adopted a different strategy. He concentrated on what he could actually see, rather than making assumptions about invisible atoms. He observed how objects moved, fell, and behaved under various conditions. He then made an effort to arrange these findings into a logical framework that would account for everything. The physics of Aristotle resembled a complex categorization system for natural phenomena. Because they want to hit the ground more urgently than light objects, heavy objects fall more quickly. When something pushes something, it moves, and when that push stops, it stops moving. Heavy objects naturally congregate at the center of the universe, which is why the Earth is there. Because it wants to ascend to its proper location in the heavens, fire rises. We now know that the majority of Aristotle's particular conclusions were incorrect. However, his method, careful observation followed by methodical explanation, was spot on. He was looking for trends in the behavior of nature, rules that could forecast the future in novel circumstances. Even though he had few scientific instruments at his disposal, he was conducting research. These early natural philosophers were brilliant because they believed that the universe made sense, even though some of their discoveries were remarkably prescient. They thought that rather than being the random whims of irrational gods, natural phenomena adhered to understandable laws. This presumption would turn out to be possibly the most significant concept in human thought history. A tradition of rigorous reasoning about the natural world was also being established by them. They were willing to approach problems methodically and follow reasoning wherever it led, even if it resulted in uncomfortable or counterintuitive conclusions, rather than simply accepting conventional wisdom. Every significant development in physics that followed would depend on this intellectual bravery. As you go to bed tonight, remember that these ancient philosophers were answering questions that still captivate us. What is the composition of the universe? How do things change and move? What basic laws apply to everything from far-off stars to falling apples? They lacked our resources and expertise, but they possessed something just as valuable, an insatiable curiosity and the endurance to consider basic issues carefully. The Islamic world kept the flame of natural philosophy burning after the fall of the Roman Empire, when Europe was busy forgetting much of what the Greeks had discovered. The next great leap in human understanding would eventually be supported by the picture libraries in Baghdad and Cordoba, where scholars preserved Greek texts while adding their own observations and insights. Ibn al-Haytham, also referred to as Al-Hazan in the West, was one of these scholars who made the revolutionary move of insisting that theories about the natural world be put to the test against meticulous observations. This may seem like common sense, but keep in mind that for centuries most people were satisfied to settle disputes by citing historical authorities rather than paying attention to actual events. Light and vision particularly captivated Alhazen. The ancient Greeks had some rather strange theories about how we see the world. For example, many thought that our eyes emit invisible rays that reflect off of objects, much like biological radar systems. Through meticulous experimentation, Alhazen discovered that light moves from objects to our eyes rather than the other way around. In order to prove that light moves in straight lines, he constructed the first camera obscura, which is basically a gigantic pinhole camera. Alhazen gained insights from his work with optics that would take centuries to fully comprehend. He understood that light is bent by the atmosphere, which functions as a lens and influences our perception. This explains why stars appear to twinkle and the sun appears larger when it is close to the horizon. Alhazen was learning that observation itself might be trickier than it seemed, which would be important for future advances in physics. By translating Arabic texts, scholars in medieval Europe were rediscovering Aristotle. This led to an intriguing situation. Like playing telephone across centuries and cultures, European thinkers were learning Greek physics from Islamic commentaries. During a time when original scientific thinking was comparatively uncommon in Europe, this process kept the discussion about natural philosophy alive, even though it occasionally brought new concepts and confusions. English monk Roger Bacon, who lived in the 13th century, took Alhazen's focus on experimentation and ran with it. Bacon believed that thorough observation and methodical idea testing could reveal the mysteries of nature. He studied the characteristics of magnets, experimented with lenses and mirrors, and even conjectured about flying machines and mechanically propelled ships, concepts that would not be realized for centuries. Bacon's method was revolutionary because rather than merely interpreting ancient authorities, he argued that humans could uncover new truths about the natural world. This was potentially theologically dangerous as well as intellectually radical. What did it say about the completeness of revealed knowledge if people could learn new things about God's creation on their own? For centuries, the conflict between religious authority and natural philosophy based on observation would simmer and occasionally explode into major battles. However, rather than questioning religious doctrine, the majority of natural philosophers of the Middle Ages were able to present their work as a means of comprehending God's creation. It was believed that the same divine intelligence wrote both the book of Scripture and the book of nature, which they were reading side by side. Some of these conflicts were eased by the renowned medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas, who maintained that faith and reason were complementary rather than antagonistic. While theology addressed spiritual issues, natural philosophy was able to uncover truths about the material world. By avoiding direct confrontations with religious authorities, this intellectual division of labour allowed natural philosophy to flourish. Additionally, more advanced mathematical instruments emerged during the Middle Ages. Islamic sources taught European scholars algebra and Arabic numerals, which significantly enhanced their computational skills. They established the foundation for the quantitative method that would ultimately revolutionize physics by starting to apply mathematical analysis to physical issues. The stage was set for something extraordinary by the end of the Middle Ages. The value of meticulous observation and experimentation had been established by natural philosophers. They had access to progressively more potent mathematical instruments. They had established a framework for considering natural philosophy to be a valid approach to studying God's creation. They also had centuries' worth of observations on everything from how light behaves to how planets move. The next thing they needed was someone who was prepared to question basic beliefs about the structure of the universe. Even though he wouldn't transform astronomy for several more decades, someone was already being born in a small Polish town. It's important to recognize the amount of intellectual foundation that had been established by centuries of patient thinkers who were happy to make observations, pose questions, and gradually advance human knowledge of the natural world before we met. Nicolaus Copernicus. Imagine living a lifetime under the assumption that the sun, moon, planets, stars, and Earth all revolve around us in a complex celestial dance, and that the Earth remains motionless at the centre of the universe. Then picture someone gently pointing out that perhaps we're in reverse, that perhaps we're the ones dancing while the sun remains motionless. It's difficult to exaggerate how fundamentally this idea upended the medieval worldview, which is precisely what Nicholas Copernicus suggested in the 16th century. Copernicus had no intention of igniting a revolution. In reality, he was a fairly conservative man. a church canon who managed church finances, occasionally practiced medicine, and had a hobby of studying mathematics and astronomy. A technical issue in Ptolemaic astronomy troubled him. The mathematical models used to forecast planetary motions were growing more complex and laborious. He thought it was inelegant to keep adding circles within circles to account for observed planetary positions, like a lovely equation ruined by too many correction factors. Copernicus therefore attempted a thought experiment. What if the Sun, not the Earth, were at the centre of the planetary system? Something lovely occurred when he solved the math. The limited range of Mercury and Venus from the Sun, the way Mars occasionally seems to move backwards against the background stars, and many other complex aspects of planetary motion suddenly made perfect sense. These were the inevitable results of tracking planetary motion from a moving platform, not enigmatic anomalies that needed intricate explanations. It was similar to realizing that the scenery outside a train window seems to move backwards because you are moving and not the scenery itself. Everything else's apparent motion becomes completely understandable once you comprehend your own motion. Copernicus, however, was reluctant to publish this theory. He realized that implying that the Earth moves was a fundamental challenge to how people perceive their place in the universe, not just a technical astronomical adjustment. According to the medieval perspective, humanity's unique place in God's creation was symbolized by the Earth's location at the center of the universe. Humanity appeared to be devalued from the center of divine attention to just another wandering planet, when the Earth was moved out to orbit the Sun. Copernicus spent decades refining his mathematical models and gathering evidence, but he was reluctant to expose his ideas to public criticism. Finally, in 1543, he published On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, presenting his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience that happened to provide more elegant explanations for astronomical observations. The book was dedicated to the Pope and carefully framed to minimize theological controversy. The immediate reaction was remarkably muted. Most astronomers treated the Copernican system as an interesting mathematical tool rather than a literal description of reality. It was useful for calculations, but didn't necessarily mean the Earth actually moved. This response allowed the heliocentric idea to circulate and gain supporters without immediately triggering the religious backlash that Copernicus had feared. But some people understood the broader implications immediately. If the Earth was just another planet orbiting the Sun, what did that say about humanity's special status? If the universe was much larger than previously thought, and it had to be to explain why we don't observe stellar parallax as Earth orbits the Sun, what did that suggest about our cosmic significance? These questions would trouble theologians and philosophers for generations. The Copernican revolution also demonstrated something important about how scientific ideas develop and spread. Revolutionary concepts often begin as technical solutions to narrow problems within specialized fields. Copernicus was trying to improve astronomical calculations, not overthrow medieval cosmology. But ideas have consequences that extend far beyond their original contexts, and those consequences can transform entire worldviews. Moreover, the acceptance of new ideas often depends as much on their practical utility as on their theoretical elegance. The Copernican system gained supporters partly because it provided better predictions of planetary positions, which was important for navigation, calendar reform, and astrological calculations. People adopted heliocentric astronomy not necessarily because they were convinced the Earth actually moved, but because it worked better for practical purposes. This pattern, technical improvements leading to conceptual revolutions, would repeat throughout the history of physics. Improvements in mathematical techniques, observational instruments, or experimental methods often reveal new phenomena that require fundamental changes in theoretical understanding. The Copernican revolution was one of the first clear examples of this process, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. As you drift off tonight, consider how comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality can be quietly undermined by patient technical work. Copernicus didn't set out to revolutionize human thought. He just wanted to make astronomical calculations more elegant. But sometimes the pursuit of mathematical beauty leads to profound insights about the structure of the universe. Insights that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about our place in the cosmic order. Picture yourself in 1609, living in a world where the most distant things you can see clearly are perhaps a few miles away on a clear day. Suddenly, someone hands you a device that lets you see the craters on the moons of Jupiter, and thousands of previously invisible stars. This is what happened when Galileo Galilei turned his newly improved telescope toward the sky, and the universe has never looked the same since. Galileo didn't invent the telescope. That honour belongs to Dutch spectacle makers who discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects. But Galileo heard about these devices, immediately grasped their potential, and set about improving their design with the enthusiasm of someone who had found the perfect tool for satisfying his curiosity about the natural world. Within months, Galileo had built telescopes that magnified objects 20 times or more, far better than anything previously available. Then he did something that seems obvious in retrospect but was actually quite revolutionary. He pointed his telescope at the night sky and systematically observed what he saw there. Most people had been using telescopes to observe distant ships or enemy fortifications, practical applications that everyone could understand. Galileo was using them to explore the cosmos. What he discovered changed everything. The moon, which had appeared to be a perfect smooth sphere in classical astronomy, turned out to have mountains, valleys, and what appeared to be ancient impact craters. The Milky Way, which looked like a faint cloud to the naked eye, resolved into thousands of individual stars. Venus showed phases like the moon, cycling from full to crescent as it orbited the sun. Most dramatically, Galileo discovered 4 moons orbiting Jupiter. These weren't just distant stars that moved slightly from night to night. These were clearly satellites revolving around the giant planet in regular, predictable patterns. For the first time in human history, someone had direct observational evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around Earth. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was particularly significant because it demolished one of the main objections to the Copernican system. Critics had argued that if the Earth moved through space, it would leave the moon behind, like a horse outrunning its rider. But here was Jupiter, clearly moving through the heavens while keeping 4 moons in tow. If Jupiter could maintain satellites while moving, why couldn't Earth do the same? Galileo published his telescopic observations in a book called Sidereus Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, and it became an immediate sensation. Educated people across Europe were fascinated by these revelations about the true nature of the celestial realm. Some were sceptical. How could a mere optical instrument reveal truths that had been hidden from human eyes for all of recorded history? Others worried about the theological implications of discovering that the heavens were far more complex and diverse than anyone had imagined. But Galileo's telescopic observations were just the beginning of his contributions to physics. He was equally fascinated by motion here on Earth, and he approached the study of moving objects with the same systematic methodology that he applied to astronomy. This terrestrial work would prove even more revolutionary than his celestial discoverers. Galileo realized that Aristotelian physics, which had dominated European thought for over a millennium, was simply wrong about some fundamental aspects of motion. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, that objects in motion naturally come to rest, and that the motion of projectiles required continuous pushing by the surrounding air. Galileo's careful experiments and mathematical analysis revealed that none of these ideas accurately described how things actually moved. Through ingenious experiments with inclined planes, pendulums, and projectiles, Galileo discovered that all objects fall at the same rate in the absence of air resistance, that objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless something stops them, and that projectile motion can be understood as a combination of horizontal motion at constant velocity and vertical motion under constant acceleration. These insights laid the groundwork for a completely new understanding of mechanics. Perhaps more importantly, Galileo pioneered the use of mathematics to describe physical phenomena quantitatively. Instead of just saying that objects fall quickly or slowly, he measured exactly how their velocities change with time. Instead of simply observing that pendulums swing back and forth, he discovered the mathematical relationship between a pendulum's length and its period of oscillation. This mathematical approach to physics was revolutionary because it allowed theories to make precise, testable predictions. If you knew the mathematical laws governing motion, you could predict exactly where a projectile would land, how long a pendulum would take to complete its swing, or how fast an object would be moving after falling a given distance. Physics was becoming a quantitative science capable of making precise predictions about natural phenomena. Galileo's combination of systematic observation, careful experimentation, and mathematical analysis established the methodology that would guide physics for centuries to come. He showed that human beings could discover the mathematical laws governing natural phenomena through patient, systematic investigation. This was a profoundly optimistic vision. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible to human intelligence, equipped with the right tools and methods. There's something deeply satisfying about the story of Newton's apple, even though it probably never happened quite the way popular legend tells it. The image of a young man sitting under a tree struck by inspiration when a piece of fruit falls on his head captures something essential about the nature of scientific discovery. Sometimes the most profound insights come from paying attention to the most ordinary phenomena. The real Newton was far more complex than the legend suggests. He was a mathematician of extraordinary talent, an alchemist who spent years trying to transmute base metals into gold, a theologian who wrote more about biblical prophecy than about physics, and a natural philosopher who somehow managed to create a unified mathematical description of motion that worked equally well for falling apples and orbiting planets. When Newton began his serious work on mechanics and gravitation in the 1660s, he inherited a collection of important but disconnected insights from his predecessors. Galileo had discovered the mathematical laws governing motion on Earth. Kepler had discovered that planets move in elliptical orbits according to precise mathematical relationships. Descartes had suggested that all natural phenomena could be understood through mechanical principles, but no one had figured out how to tie these discoveries together into a coherent theoretical framework. Newton's genius lay in recognizing that terrestrial and celestial mechanics were really the same thing. The force that makes an apple fall from a tree is the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around Earth and the planets in orbit around the sun. This insight, the universality of gravitation, was one of the most profound unifying principles in the history of science. But Newton didn't just propose that gravity was universal. He worked out the mathematical details with extraordinary precision. He showed that gravitational force decreases with the square of the distance between objects, and that this inverse square law could account for all of Kepler's observational discoveries about planetary motion. He demonstrated that the same mathematical principles could explain the tides, the precession of Earth's rotation, and the complex motions of comets. The mathematical sophistication of Newton's work was unprecedented. To solve the problems he was tackling, Newton had to invent entirely new mathematical techniques, what we now call calculus. He developed methods for analysing continuously changing quantities, for understanding the relationship between instantaneous velocity and position, and for calculating the forces required to produce complex motions. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, was unlike anything that had ever been written. It presented a complete mathematical system for understanding motion and force, derived from just a few basic principles, and applicable to everything from projectiles to planets. The book was so mathematically sophisticated that only a handful of people in Europe could fully understand it when it was first published. But the implications of Newton's work extended far beyond technical mathematics. He had shown that the universe operated according to precise mathematical laws that human beings could discover and understand. The same principles that governed the laboratory bench also governed the motions of stars and galaxies. This was a breathtakingly unified vision of nature, and it suggested that everything in the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest celestial body, was part of a single, coherent, mathematically describable system. Newton's mechanics also established a new standard for what scientific theories should accomplish. A good theory didn't just explain known phenomena, it made precise predictions that could be tested against future observations. Newton's gravitational theory predicted the existence of previously unknown celestial objects, explained puzzling features of cometary orbits, and even allowed astronomers to discover new planets by analysing tiny irregularities in the motions of known planets. The success of Newtonian mechanics had profound cultural implications. If the universe operated like a vast, precise clockwork mechanism, what did that suggest about the role of divine intervention in natural affairs? If human reason could discover the mathematical laws governing all natural phenomena, what were the limits of human knowledge? These questions would occupy philosophers and theologians for generations. Newton himself was deeply religious, and saw his scientific work as revealing the mathematical harmony of God's creation. He believed that the elegant mathematical structure of natural laws provided evidence for divine intelligence and design, but later thinkers would sometimes use Newtonian mechanics to support more materialistic or deterministic worldviews. The practical applications of Newtonian mechanics were equally revolutionary. Engineers could now calculate the precise forces and motions involved in mechanical systems, leading to dramatic improvements in everything from mill machinery to naval architecture. Navigators could predict the positions of celestial bodies with unprecedented accuracy. The Industrial Revolution was built in part on the mathematical understanding of mechanics that Newton had provided. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the extraordinary intellectual achievement that Newton represented. He took the scattered insights of his predecessors and wove them into a mathematical tapestry that revealed the fundamental architecture of the physical universe. For the first time in human history, people could understand the cosmos not as a collection of mysterious phenomena, but as a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible mathematical principles. While Newton was revealing the mathematical architecture of motion and gravitation, other natural philosophers were grappling with phenomena that seemed more subtle and mysterious: heat, light, electricity, and magnetism. These forces could be felt and observed, but they didn't fit neatly into the mechanical framework that worked so well for understanding the motion of solid objects. Consider heat, something so fundamental to human experience that we rarely think about what it actually is. For centuries, most people assumed that heat was a kind of invisible fluid called caloric that flowed from hot objects to cold ones like water flowing downhill. But Dalton's atoms were still hypothetical entities inferred from indirect evidence. Nobody had actually seen an atom or measured its properties directly. The atoms remained invisible and, for all practical purposes, undetectable by any direct means available to 19th century science. The first hints that atoms might have internal structure came from studies of electricity. Michael Faraday's experiments with electrolysis, passing electric currents through solutions of various compounds, showed that electric charge and matter were related in precise quantitative ways. It took a definite amount of electric charge to deposit a definite amount of any given element from solution, suggesting that atoms themselves might carry discrete amounts of electric charge. These studies led to the discovery of what we now call the electron. J.J. Thomson, working at Cambridge University in the 1890s, was studying the behaviour of electric currents in evacuated glass tubes. He found that these currents consisted of streams of tiny, negatively charged particles that were much lighter than any known atom. These corpuscles, as Thomson initially called them, seemed to be fundamental constituents of matter, pieces of atoms rather than complete atoms. Thomson's discovery was revolutionary because it showed that atoms were not indivisible after all. They had internal structure and could be broken apart under the right conditions. This raised fascinating questions. If atoms contain negatively charged electrons, they must also contain positively charged material to balance the negative charge. How are these positive and negative components arranged within atoms? Thomson proposed what became known as the plum pudding model of atomic structure. Atoms consisted of a diffuse sphere of positive charge with negatively charged electrons embedded within it, like raisins in a pudding. This model explained the overall electrical neutrality of atoms while accounting for the emission of electrons under certain conditions. But the plum pudding model wouldn't survive for long. Ernest Rutherford, working with his students Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden, conducted experiments that revealed the true structure of atoms in dramatic fashion. They fired alpha particles, energetic, positively charged particles emitted by radioactive elements, at thin gold foils and observed how these particles were deflected. According to the plum pudding model, alpha particles should pass through the diffuse positive charge of gold atoms with only slight deflections, like bullets passing through soft targets. Instead, Rutherford's team found that while most alpha particles did pass through with little deflection, a small percentage bounced back almost directly toward their source. This was completely unexpected. As Rutherford later said, it was like firing artillery shells at tissue paper and having some of them bounce back. The only way to explain these results was to assume that atoms had a very different structure than Thomson had proposed. Instead of diffuse spheres of positive charge, atoms must contain tiny, dense nuclei carrying all the positive charge and most of the mass, with electrons orbiting these nuclei like planets around the Sun. Most alpha particles pass through the mostly empty space between nuclei, but the few that happened to approach nuclei closely were deflected or reflected by the intense electrical forces near these dense concentrations of positive charge. Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom was a triumph of experimental physics. It showed that atoms were mostly empty space. If an atom were expanded to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be about the size of a marble at the centre, with electrons somewhere in the stands. This was a startling picture of the structure of matter. The solid objects of everyday experience were revealed to be mostly emptiness, held together by electromagnetic forces between tiny, widely separated particles. But the nuclear model also created new puzzles. According to classical electromagnetic theory, orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a fraction of a second. Atoms should be completely unstable, yet they were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. something was seriously wrong with the classical understanding of electromagnetic radiation at atomic scales. Meanwhile, other investigators were discovering even more puzzling aspects of atomic behavior. Studies of atomic spectra, the light emitted or absorbed by atoms, showed that atoms could only emit or absorb radiation at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines. These spectral lines were like fingerprints that could be used to identify different elements. But classical physics provided no explanation for why only certain frequencies were allowed. Max Planck's work on blackbody radiation had already suggested that energy might come in discrete packets, rather than continuous amounts. Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect had proposed that light itself consisted of discrete particles carrying quantized amounts of energy. Now, atomic spectroscopy was suggesting that atoms themselves could only exist in discrete energy states. All of these discoveries were pointing toward a radical conclusion. The classical physics that worked so well for describing the behavior of large objects might not apply to the microscopic world of atoms and electrons. The atomic realm seemed to operate according to different rules. Rules that allowed only certain energies, certain orbital paths, and certain frequencies of radiation. As you settle in for the night, consider how these early atomic investigators were discovering that the familiar, solid world of everyday experience was built from components that behaved in utterly unfamiliar ways. The atoms that make up your pillow, your blanket, and even your own body are mostly empty space populated by particles obeying rules that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations of scientists. The universe was revealing itself to be far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. As the 19th century drew to a close, physics found itself in a curious position. On one hand, the achievements were breathtaking. Newton's mechanics explained the motion of everything from billiard balls to planets. Maxwell's electromagnetism unified light with electricity and magnetism, and thermodynamics had revealed the fundamental principles governing heat and energy. The universe appeared to be a vast, comprehensible mechanism operating according to mathematical laws that human intelligence had successfully decoded. Yet careful observers were noticing cracks in this magnificent edifice. Small experimental results that didn't quite fit the theoretical predictions, puzzling phenomena that seemed to violate established principles, strange behaviours that suggested the familiar laws of physics might not apply everywhere and under all conditions. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle anomalies that hinted at deeper mysteries. The behaviour of light presented some of the most perplexing puzzles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had triumphantly explained light as waves in the electromagnetic field, and this wave picture successfully accounted for interference, diffraction, and most other optical phenomena. But certain experiments seemed to require treating light as discrete particles rather than continuous waves. The photoelectric effect was particularly troubling. When light shines on certain metals, electrons are emitted from the surface, a phenomenon that should be easily explained by electromagnetic theory. The energy of the light waves should be transferred to electrons, heating them up until some have enough energy to escape the metal. This suggested that brighter light should produce more energetic electrons, just as brighter sunlight produces more heating. But experiments showed something completely different. The energy of emitted electrons depended only on the frequency, colour, of the light, not on its brightness. Dim blue light produced more energetic electrons than bright red light. Even stranger, below certain frequencies, no electrons were emitted at all, no matter how bright the light became. This was like finding that whispered words could break glass while shouted words could not, depending only on the pitch of the voice rather than its volume. Meanwhile, studies of atomic spectra were revealing that atoms could only emit or absorb light at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines that were as distinctive as fingerprints. Classical physics suggested that atoms should be able to emit or absorb electromagnetic radiation at any frequency. Yet experiments showed that only certain discrete frequencies were allowed. It was as if atomic violins could only play certain specific notes, never the notes in between. The structure of atoms themselves presented equally puzzling contradictions. Rutherford's experiments had revealed that atoms consisted of tiny, dense nuclei, surrounded by orbiting electrons, but classical electromagnetic theory predicted that such a system should be completely unstable. Orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a tiny fraction of a second. Yet atoms were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Perhaps most mysteriously, Careful measurements of the speed of light were producing results that seemed to violate common sense. Maxwell's equations implied that light should travel at a constant speed relative to the electromagnetic field that supported it, just as sound travels at a constant speed relative to the air that carries it. This suggested that there should be a preferred reference frame, the frame in which the electromagnetic field was at rest, and that measurements of light speed should depend on the observer's motion relative to this frame. But the famous Michelson-Morley experiment found no evidence for such a preferred frame. The speed of light appeared to be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. This was like finding that the sound of a train whistle had the same pitch whether you were running toward or away from the train, a result that seemed to contradict everything physics had learned about waves and relative motion. These experimental puzzles were accumulating throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, creating a sense that classical physics, despite its remarkable successes, was approaching the boundaries of its applicability. The clockwork universe was still running remarkably well for most purposes, but careful examination was revealing phenomena that didn't quite fit the classical mechanical framework. Most physicists initially assumed that these puzzles would eventually be resolved through minor modifications to existing theories, perhaps by discovering new effects or making more precise calculations. The basic principles of classical physics, Newton's laws of motion, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and the kinetic theory of heat, seemed so well established and so successful that fundamental revision seemed almost unthinkable. But a few prescient investigators were beginning to suspect that something more radical might be required. Lord Kelvin's famous comment about two small clouds on the otherwise clear horizon of physics reflected the general optimism that these minor puzzles would soon be resolved. Instead, these small clouds would grow into the conceptual storms that would transform our understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The stage was set for the most profound revolution in the history of physics. The classical worldview had reached its limits, and nature was ready to reveal principles far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. The comfortable mechanical universe of the 19th century was about to give way to a cosmos governed by quantum uncertainty and relativistic space-time. A universe in which the familiar rules of everyday experience would prove to be approximations valid, only under limited conditions. But that's a story for another bedtime tale. For now, it's enough to appreciate how the patient, systematic work of 19th century physicists had pushed human understanding to the very edges of the classical worldview. They had explored the mechanical universe as thoroughly as it could be explored, discovered its fundamental principles and mapped its boundaries. In doing so, they had unknowingly prepared the ground for the revolutionary insights that would follow. As we near the end of our journey through pre-Einstein physics, it's worth pausing to appreciate the extraordinary pattern that had emerged from centuries of patient investigation. What had begun with ancient philosophers wondering why things fell down instead of up had evolved into a magnificent intellectual edifice that revealed deep mathematical harmonies underlying the apparent chaos of natural phenomena. The story of physics before Einstein is really a story about the gradual discovery that the universe speaks mathematics. Not the dry abstract mathematics of homework assignments, but a living, breathing mathematical language that describes everything from the flutter of falling leaves to the dance of distant galaxies. Each generation of investigators had decoded a little more of this cosmic language, gradually revealing the elegant simplicity that underlies nature's complexity. Newton's great insight was recognizing that the same mathematical principles governed motion everywhere in the universe. The parabolic path of a thrown stone and the elliptical orbit of Mars were both consequences of the same underlying laws. This mathematical unity suggested that the universe was not a collection of separate, unrelated phenomena, but a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible principles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory extended this unification even further, showing that light, electricity, and magnetism were all manifestations of a single electromagnetic field oscillating through space. The rainbow of colours in a sunset, the spark from a doorknob on a dry day, and the invisible forces that aligned compass needles were all different notes in an electromagnetic symphony that filled the universe. The kinetic theory of heat revealed that thermal phenomena, the warmth of sunlight, the expansion of heated metals, the pressure of steam in engines, were really consequences of the random motion of countless tiny particles. Temperature was molecular motion, heat transfer was the sharing of kinetic energy between particles, the gas laws were statistical descriptions of particle behaviour. Once again, apparently different phenomena were revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying reality. This progressive unification was more than just intellectual satisfaction for physicists. It demonstrated that human reason, equipped with careful observation and mathematical analysis, could penetrate the deepest mysteries of nature. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible. Natural phenomena might appear chaotic and unpredictable, but they followed mathematical laws that could be discovered and understood. This was an extraordinarily optimistic worldview. It suggested that every mystery could eventually be solved, every phenomenon eventually understood, and every natural law eventually decoded. The universe was like an enormous but finite book written in the language of mathematics. Human beings had learned to read this language, and given enough time and effort, they could eventually read the entire book. The practical consequences of this mathematical understanding were transforming human civilization. Steam engines designed using thermodynamic principles were powering the Industrial Revolution. Telegraph systems based on electromagnetic theory were shrinking the world by enabling near-instantaneous communication across vast distances. Precision navigation using gravitational astronomy was making global commerce safer and more reliable. But perhaps most remarkably, the mathematical laws discovered by physicists were revealing unexpected connections between apparently unrelated phenomena. The same equations that described the vibration of violin strings also described the oscillation of electromagnetic fields. The same principles that governed the flight of projectiles also governed the orbits of comets. The same statistical methods that explain the behavior of gases also explain the properties of heat and temperature. These connections suggested that the universe possessed a kind of mathematical coherence that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. It wasn't just that natural phenomena obeyed mathematical laws. It was that these laws were interconnected in ways that revealed a profound underlying unity. The universe appeared to be constructed according to mathematical principles that human minds could discover and appreciate. This mathematical harmony had an almost musical quality. Just as a symphony weaves together different instruments and melodies to create a unified artistic experience, the universe seemed to weave together different physical phenomena to create a unified natural order. The ancients had spoken of the music of the spheres, the idea that celestial motions produced harmonious sounds that reflected the mathematical order of creation. While this literal interpretation had been abandoned, 19th century physics had revealed a deeper sense in which the universe really did possess mathematical harmony. Yet even as physicists celebrated these achievements, they were beginning to encounter phenomena that didn't quite fit the established patterns. The small experimental anomalies we discussed earlier were like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. They suggested that the classical mathematical description of nature, however successful, might be incomplete. These puzzles weren't necessarily failures of the classical approach. They might simply indicate that nature's mathematical language was richer and more subtle than anyone had realized. Just as a simple melody can be developed into complex variations that reveal hidden possibilities within the original theme, the mathematical laws of classical physics might be special cases of more general principles that would prove even more beautiful and unified. This possibility was both exciting and unsettling. Exciting because it suggested that the greatest discoveries might still lie ahead, that the universe might possess mathematical depth that would dwarf even the remarkable achievements of Newton and Maxwell. Unsettling because it implied that the comfortable mechanical worldview of classical physics might need to be abandoned in favour of principles that would challenge basic assumptions about the nature of space, time, matter, and causality. As you drift off to sleep tonight, listen for the mathematical music that classical physicists had learned to hear in the natural world. The steady tick of a clock measures the flow of time according to principles Newton would recognise. The warm glow of a lamp represents electromagnetic radiation behaving exactly as Maxwell's equations predict. The gentle settling of your house reflects thermal expansion and contraction governed by the kinetic theory of heat. But also consider that this familiar music might be just the beginning of a much grander composition, one that would require new mathematical languages to appreciate fully and new conceptual frameworks to understand completely. The classical symphony of physics had reached a magnificent conclusion, but the universe was preparing to reveal entirely new movements that would transform our understanding of reality itself. As our journey through pre-Einstein physics draws to a close, take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary intellectual adventure we've shared. We've travelled from ancient Greek philosophers throwing rocks and wondering about the nature of motion, through medieval scholars rediscovering Aristotle and inventing new ways to think about natural phenomena, to 19th century investigators revealing the mathematical harmonies that govern everything from heat and light to electricity and magnetism. What emerges from this long story is a picture of human curiosity gradually unveiling the deep structure of reality through patient observation, careful experimentation, and creative mathematical thinking. Each generation built upon the insights of their predecessors, slowly constructing an edifice of understanding that revealed the universe to be far more elegant, unified, and comprehensible than anyone had originally dared to hope. The physicists whose work we've explored weren't trying to revolutionize human thought. They were simply trying to understand how things worked. Galileo wanted to know why pendulums swung with regular periods. Newton was curious about why planets moved in elliptical orbits. Maxwell was trying to make sense of the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Yet their modest investigations into specific phenomena gradually revealed universal principles that transformed our understanding of the cosmos. This is one of the most remarkable features of scientific progress. Local investigations often reveal global truths. When you study falling objects carefully enough, you discover universal laws of motion. When you investigate heat transfer systematically, you uncover fundamental principles about energy and molecular behavior. When you explore electromagnetic phenomena thoroughly, you realize that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. The universe seems to be constructed in such a way that deep truths are accessible through careful study of commonplace phenomena. The classical physics that emerged from these centuries of investigation provided a worldview that was both scientifically powerful and psychologically comfortable. It suggested that the universe operated like a vast but comprehensible machine, governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. Every phenomenon had a cause, every effect followed necessarily from its antecedents, and given sufficient information about the present state of any system, its future behavior could be predicted with perfect accuracy. This deterministic, mechanical picture of nature had profound cultural implications. It suggested that human beings, through scientific investigation, could eventually understand everything about the natural world. Mystery wasn't a fundamental feature of reality. It was simply a temporary condition that would be eliminated as scientific knowledge advanced. The universe might be complex, but it wasn't ultimately mysterious. Yet even at the height of classical physics success, careful observers were noticing small anomalies that didn't quite fit the established framework. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle puzzles that suggested the classical picture, however successful, might not be complete. The photoelectric effect, atomic spectra, the stability of atoms, and the constancy of light speed. These phenomena hinted that nature might operate according to principles stranger than anyone had imagined. These puzzles were like faint sounds from a distant country, barely audible but suggesting the existence of territories that hadn't yet been explored. Classical physics had mapped the familiar landscape of everyday experience with extraordinary precision, but there were regions beyond this familiar territory where different rules might apply, where new kinds of phenomena might exist, and where reality itself might prove to be far stranger and more wonderful than the clockwork universe of 19th century physics. Standing on the threshold of the 20th century, physics was in a position remarkably similar to geography in the 15th century. The known world had been mapped with increasing accuracy, trade routes had been established, and navigation had become a reliable science. But beyond the edges of the known world lay vast territories waiting to be discovered, territories that would prove to be far larger and more diverse than the familiar landscapes of Europe and the Mediterranean. Einstein and his contemporaries would prove to be the explorers of these new physical territories, discovering that space and time were far more flexible than Newton had imagined, that matter and energy were interchangeable, that uncertainty was built into the fundamental structure of reality, and that the universe was expanding, evolving, and far stranger than anyone had dreamed. But these revolutionary discoveries were only possible because of the solid foundation that classical physics had provided. You can't appreciate the strangeness of relativistic space-time without first understanding Newtonian mechanics. You can't grasp the weirdness of quantum uncertainty without first mastering classical electromagnetic theory. The revolution that was about to unfold in physics wasn't a rejection of classical insights. It was their fulfillment and transcendence. As you settle into sleep, consider that you've been privileged to witness one of the greatest intellectual adventures in human history. The gradual discovery that the universe is both more orderly and more mysterious than common sense suggests. The work of Galileo, Newton, Maxwell and their colleagues established that human reason, carefully applied, could penetrate the deepest secrets of nature. Their successors would discover that those secrets were far deeper and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Tomorrow's sunrise will illuminate a world governed by the same physical laws that fascinated these earlier investigators. Gravity will still follow Newton's inverse square law for all practical purposes. Light will still behave as electromagnetic waves as Maxwell described. Heat will still flow according to the principles of thermodynamics. The classical physics we've explored together continues to govern the world of everyday experience with remarkable accuracy. But that same sunrise will also illuminate a universe that extends far beyond everyday experience. A cosmos where space and time are woven together in a fabric that can be stretched and curved, where particles exist in quantum superpositions of multiple states simultaneously, and where uncertainty is not just a limitation of our knowledge, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. The gentle story of physics before Einstein is really the story of human beings learning to see the universe with new eyes, discovering that reality is both more comprehensible and more mysterious than we originally supposed. It's a story that continues today, as each generation of investigators pushes further into the unknown territories that surround our island of understanding, always finding that the universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more wonderful than we had dared to imagine. Sleep well, knowing that you live in a cosmos whose secrets have been partially revealed through centuries of patient human curiosity, and whose deeper mysteries continue to beckon from beyond the edges of our current understanding. The universe delights in surprising us, usually in ways that reveal it to be more elegant and unified than we had previously thought possible. Sweet dreams of mathematical harmonies, electromagnetic symphonies, and the gentle dance of atoms that creates the solid reality of your pillow, your blanket, and the beating of your own heart.